Okay, hello. I hope everyone can hear me. Can you all hear me? All right. I have a lot planned for the stream today. So I have a lot of different things set up. I'm really super excited for this. I hope y'all are too. I think it's going to be very interesting. Hello, Abby. Hi, guys. I'm so excited y'all are here. I have my favorite water bottle with water. I was gonna say my favorite water. It's water. And and I also have I make my own cold brew, like homemade like cold brew concentrate situation. And for some reason it's like extra delicious today, even though I make it the same way every time. Who knows what it is? So I have that, and I hope y'all are ready. Hope y'all have your notebooks, your thinking caps, snacks, etc. Abby says she's only going to be so active. She's currently at work. Well, tell work you need to leave early. No, I'm just kidding. So, all right, y'all, here we go. What are we going to do first? What happened to this video? Okay, so here we go. First off, what we're going to start with is this. So let me pull it up over here. So actually, I'm going to be sharing my screen. So this is fancy for me. I haven't done this before. We're going to start with a little story time, a little bit of history. So let me see here. Here we go. All right. Hopefully, can y'all let me know? Can you guys see? Actually, I don't know that you can. Is it working? Are you working? I can't tell if this is working. Hold on. Let me try this a different way. Hold on. Technology is my friend. Not. Okay, let's see. Is this, can y'all? Oh, I see. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I had to add it to stage. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, learning. Sorry. Thank you all for being patient. I think I've got it now. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, share. See, you think when you hit share, it's going to do it, but it doesn't. You have to add it to the stage. Okay, there we go. Can y'all see this? I hope so. Looks like you probably can. Story time, guys. All right. So today's episode is called, For a Good Reason, Just Follow the Railroad, Making Sense Out of Nonsense. We're going to start with a little bit of story time here. This is courtesy of the Greenville News. I apologize for the ads. I do have all the ad blockers on, but these somehow bypass that, which is okay because it's worth it for the story. There's a nice photo there, Hampton County. Y'all are going to be so familiar with the trains and stuff by the time we're done with this episode. Okay, I'm super excited. All right, here we go. So, the Murdaughs had wealth long before they were lawyers. Randolph's father, Josiah Putnam Murdaugh II, made his first fortune in phosphate mining and the commercial fertilizer industry in Charleston County before getting into real estate development in Beaufort and Hampton counties. I'm saying Beaufort because that's how they say it. They say Beaufort, not Beaufort. E.R. Ginn Jr., known as Little Ed. Of course, we know everyone has nicknames, right? So, yeah. Known as Little Ed, had a family farm at Almeda. Okay, I'm wondering, is this the same place in Almeda? Maybe. And was a neighbor of the Murdaughs prior to and during the Great Depression. The Ginns and the Murdaughs had a couple things in common. They were more fortunate than their neighbors, but had to live with the fact that the railroad cut through their lives and their front yards. With that detail, and you'll see later why, I think this means it is the same farm as to where his mom was still living up until she passed. You'll see why here shortly. According to an early Varnville history book, Railroads and Sawmills, that sounds good. Ginn would ride the rail cars up and down from Varnville to Frog Hollow, and onto Almeda, sharing cornmeal. Y'all, you can't make this up. Sharing cornmeal, cane syrup, and stove wood with less fortunate families along the way. He would later take his sons on these Good Samaritan missions. When he was 18, Ginn had been riding railroad cars as they were being shifted out of the spur to the Ginn mill. Don't even know what that means. And he didn't realize the shifting had been completed. But before he knew it, the train got up steam and headed toward Augusta, Georgia. Varnville historians wrote that Ginn attempted to jump off the train in front of the Murdaugh house, but got caught between the cars. Wow. Okay. Randolph Murdaugh Sr. was the first person to get to Ginn, states the local history, pulling him to safety and carrying his mangled body home to his horrified family. Ginn had to wait until the next day when his father, a state senator, just like Poot, got home from Columbia to travel for proper medical treatment. That day, he lost a leg to a surgeon's saw on a bloody Charleston hospital table. Not surprised that this story starts with some bloodshed. Makes sense. A dynasty is born. Here we go, guys. This is where it gets really interesting. Although it already started out with a bang, didn't it? Just after the turn of the century, Murdaugh was well on his way to creating a Southern legal dynasty. Dynasty. That's not a word. Dynasty. Fresh out of University of South Carolina High School. Shout out to the Gamecocks. Go Gamecocks. Murdaugh founded his own law firm, at first a one-man practice in 1910. Local lore and family legend contend that he never put a shingle with his name outside the Hampton law office because everyone in town knew where the Murdaugh firm was located. If everyone in the small county of Hampton seemed to know the attorney, Murdaugh even served as the town of Varnville's official town attorney for a fee of $25 per year. Can you guys imagine? None at the time could likely have foreseen the legal giant the Murdaugh law firm would evolve into in that part of the state. And I'm going to take a look at the chat here. Oh, Black Witter. Shout out to Black Witter. Shout out to the Republic of Ireland. Oh, right. I'm sharing my screen. How do I click over? Hold on. Technology. Here we go. Okay. I'm on this part. Shout out to Black Widow. Shout out to Ireland. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, Candace. And hello to Random Girl. Yes, of course, Mandy's podcast is a staple. Thanks, y'all, for being here. And thank you so much again for your super sticker, Black Widow. And also, real quick, shout out to all my SDS peeps and the SDS gang. All right, back to our story. Let me move over here to where my mouse goes. Okay, yes, excellent. So, wait, hold on. Sorry, technology. Pull the chat back up and then move it over. Here we go. We are doing good. Yo, no technology. All right. A dynasty is born. Just after the turn of the century, Murdaugh was well on his way to creating a... Wait, I already read this. Okay, let's go. Let's go down. Here we go. $25 a year to help out the town of Varnville. All right. Nor could they have known that this firm would become the background setting of an alleged multi-million-dollar, decade-long crime spree, as one of Murdaugh's descendants would be accused of taking advantage of the name and the clientele that took 100 years to build. Can you imagine? All right, here we go. This is where things start to get really interesting. So his great-grandson, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, formerly a partner at, well, we already know all this. Okay, let me scroll down. I'm looking for the part about the train. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. All right. But the tragedy was bearing down at high speed on Murdaugh and his family. This is what I was looking for. All right. So the Associated Press reported that Murdaugh was leaving a late night poker game around 1 a.m. on a Friday and his car stalled on the tracks. The Hampton County Guardian, his hometown paper, stated simply that he was returning from a late visit with his, quote, friends in Yemassee, end quote, and there was no court in session that day. Both outlets reported that on July 19th, 1940, Murdaugh's car was crossing a railway about 4 miles east of Varnville when the car mysteriously stopped in the middle of the crossing. Okay, so it's in Varnville. Remember this, guys. This train is in Varnville. Does that name ring a bell? Varnville. A westbound C and WC freight, that, by the way, it's Charleston and West Carolina freight train, plunged ahead in the dark, steamy night. Check it out, guys. Murdaugh lifted his hand and waved at the oncoming locomotive, the driver later reported during an investigation. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? This is it. This is crazy, right? This is here in Yemassee. Like, can you, like, this is what we're working with. This is real. This is the train. This is the place. Look at the outfits. I happen to love history. So I just adore stuff like this. But that gives us a lot of context, right, for this. The train wreck that started it all. And I've talked about this a little bit, but this is to give us the full story. The headlight beams drew closer, brighter, followed by the sound, the steam, the shaking rumble. Then the light and sound and speed overtook Randolph Murdaugh Sr. Engineer W.W. Bartlett testified that he did not see the car near the tracks until about 40 yards away, and that Murdaugh had his hand raised as though waving at the train crew. But when the train drew closer, the car started up and stopped directly on the tracks. On July 24th, 1940, the Hampton County Guardian reported that, quote, the impact hurled the automobile approximately 900 feet up in the track, totally wrecking it, end quote. And, quote, Murdaugh's body was found beside the track approximately 150 feet from the crossing, end quote. Here's the look at this, the newspaper article. I love this. Wow. Solicitor dies in crossing accident. You can see. Amazing. If you guys want to read this for yourselves, also, it's just, you can see here, it's the Greenville News. Shout out again to the Greenville News. Thank you for existing and for printing this story. Murdaugh had been suffering from health problems since 1939, the Guardian reported on several occasions, and had just been released from the hospital in April. Local historians have wondered if his health was a factor in this accident. Locals and historians have also wondered and speculated without direct evidence if alcohol was involved in the crash. Historical records and newspaper accounts give us no firm clue if that was the case. Others hint at suicide again without probable cause. Was the accident caused by railroad crossing conditions, or were vehicle malfunction problems to blame? The Hampton County coroner's jury simply ruled the death as an accident. The public would likely never know the exact contributing cause of this collision, but the Murdaugh family had a suspicion, one that they would later take to court. No surprise there. It would not be the only strange death or tragic accident to surround the Murdaugh family, as Alex Murdaugh says in blah, blah. Okay, we know the rest of this. So I want to get back to, here we go with this train crash. So the wrongful death. The historic Charleston and Western Carolina freight line is an ancestor of modern-day CSX transportation. Prior to his death, Randolph Sr. had taken on the rail company a time or two. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Before he died, he had sued them, essentially is what that means, right? Or maybe not sued them, but represented folks in a lawsuit against them. Wow. So, according to the Hampton County Court of Common Pleas records, on October 1st, 1940, Randolph Jr., as executor of his father's will and estate, filed a summons and complaint against the Charleston and Western Carolina Railway Company for the wrongful death. Okay, yes, we're gonna get to this. I have another thing. Hold on. So, the suit alleged that the train was traveling from Yemassee to Varnville at a high, quote, high rate of speed, end quote, and failed to blow a whistle or ring a bell at the Camp Branch crossing. The suit also alleged that the crossing and its approach was, quote, in a rough, washed out and dangerous condition, end quote, and Murdaugh's view was obscured by trees, placing him in, quote, sudden and imminent peril, end quote. Okay. Trains have been killing our people ever since. That's interesting. During the early 1900s, Randolph Sr. was in the right place and time to come to the aid of little Ed Ginn, right? That's right. We heard about that at the beginning of the story. After the tragic train incident, because of his injury, Ginn missed his chance to serve in World War I, something he regretted for the rest of his life, and spent his remaining days hobbling with a cork leg. Wow. In later years, other injured people would come to rely on Murdaugh and his law partners for legal help, and they did, while amassing fortunes in the process over the century to come. For more than 100 years, the Murdaughs ran their private law practice and the 14th Circuit, mixing civil law with criminal law, which was not uncommon at that time. Okay, so oh, look at that. All right, there's the pimped founders. Okay, we're gonna take a little break from this because I have to pull this up. This is gonna be the next part of our beginning here. I made this timeline for you guys. So, and what I will do also is after we're done with the stream, I will put this link in the Discord. I actually created a documents channel thing on there. And I don't think there's anything on there yet, but the point is so that I can put documents on it. So I will put this in the documents after the stream. Oh, is my mom here? Hold on. Stop everything. Mom, are you here? She's here. So you guys, this is my mom. She's awesome. I can't believe she's here. I don't think she's ever used chat or done the, I helped her set this up the other day on her TV. So I think she's brand new to like the YouTube live using the chat. I'm so happy that she's here and that she figured out how to use it. That's awesome. Yes. She also, by the way, is a musician. She plays the saxophone. So I'm so happy you're here, Mom. Love you. Okay. So let's get back to our timeline. So I made this. So that's the timeline here. All right. So we start out 1910. O.G. Randolph Murdaugh founds the law firm. Then we have September 14th, 1920. O.G. Randolph is elected solicitor for the 14th Circuit, which is Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. And I was doing some research. This is the only circuit in South Carolina that has 5 counties. The rest all have 2. And I know what you're probably thinking. You hear circuit, and like me, you're like, federal? Because usually circuits are federal, right? Well, this is not federal, clearly. South Carolina breaks all the rules, as we know. We've already seen that in the trial. They do things their own way. So they have their whole state system is very different. And so they have these circuits. These are state circuits. These are not federal circuits. So the 14th Circuit is a state circuit in South Carolina, not a federal circuit. In fact, their federal circuit is the 4th Circuit, which is the same circuit where Greensboro, North Carolina is, which is where I live. So yes, I am in the same federal circuit as the Low Country of South Carolina. I'm not sure how I feel about that. All right, so they got 5 counties here. All right, then we have July 19th, 1940. O.G. Randolph Murdaugh dies after his car is struck by a Charleston Western Rail Company train. September 3rd, 1940, O.G.'s son, Randolph Buster Murdaugh Jr., wins election to his father's old seat by a landslide. October 12th, 1940, Buster Murdaugh, or O.G. Buster, right? So we have O.G. So far, we have O.G. Randolph. He's the first, right? Then we have O.G. Buster. Okay. Or O.G. Buster for these purposes, files a wrongful death suit against the rail company seeking $100,000, or here's what it's worth today. I did the calculation on this. $2,202,978.57 today. It was the first of several suits lodged against the rail company. June 5th, 1956, O.G. Buster is indicted by a federal grand jury as part of an alleged whiskey conspiracy and resigns from office while waiting trial. October 2nd, 1956. Despite being called, quote, grossly unethical, end quote, by a federal judge, O.G. Buster is acquitted of all charges while 17 others, including a former sheriff, are convicted. Here's a quote from O.G. Buster. I have always had the utmost confidence in the jury system of our state, and I've never had any fear as to the outcome of the indictment presented against me. And that was him, O.G. Buster, when announcing his plans to return to office if reelected. November 6, 1956, O.G. Buster, surprise, surprise, is reelected to office. He goes on to preside over several death penalty cases. November 1st, 1986, O.G. Buster retires. January 1987, Randolph Murdaugh III, or Handsome for our purposes, Alex's dad, is sworn in as the new 14th Circuit solicitor. February 5th, 1988, O.G. Buster dies. May 1994, Alex graduates from the University of South Carolina Law School, go Gamecocks, and joins the family firm. January 2006, Handsome / Alex's dad steps down as solicitor, marking the family's 87-year reign over the solicitor's office, the longest run by one family in the history of the U.S. I'm going to read that again. When Handsome, which is Alex's dad, stepped down as the solicitor, that marked the longest reign of one family in the history of the U.S., an 87-year reign over the solicitor's office. February 26, 2018, Gloria Satterfield dies. The sheriff's office, coroner, and EMS have no record of the accident or her passing. Hi, Janie. Glad you're here. Hi, Moon at Noon. Moon at Noon stops by every time, and I believe she's here. She's only here for music and does not care about trials, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Moon at Noon, every time stopping by. I appreciate you. Okay, February 2019. The boat crash happens, and tragically, Mallory Beach doesn't resurface from beneath the water. June 7th, 2021. Alex calls 911 telling the dispatcher, my wife and child have been shot badly. And if you guys didn't see the episode where we talked about that 911 call, I would recommend going back and watching it. I don't remember which one it is, but I do have timestamps, and for whatever reason, YouTube is fickle and they don't always appear in the Schoolie bar, but timestamps are always in the description. So if you don't see it on the Schoolie bar, look in the description. But we talked about the 911 call in quite depth, a lot of detail, a lot of depth. And one of the things I was commenting on is that this is his first statement, and it's already a red flag to me because a 22-year-old is not a child, in my opinion. He is a son, but to call him a child is a bit odd. And then shot badly. It just, of course, then he goes on to waffle back and forth about whether he thinks they're dead or not. Anyway, Alex, aka Shrimp Boy Alex. That's a shout out to I Am Not T-Pain, who nicknamed Alex Shrimp Boy Alec, and that is from now on what he will be called henceforth. So that's the timeline that I made. I am going to move back over to my first screen situation here, move my mouse. There it is. Excellent. Okay. So now I can really kind of look at the chat and do things like normal. Yes, he totally did. Agree with you, Janie. Hi, tennis girl. I've missed some things in the chat because I've been reading all this stuff on the screen, but let me see if you guys have any questions here. Oh, a circuit. Yes. Okay. Blackwater. Sure. So, in the United States, we have these circuits. It's kind of like a word for district, but it's a larger area. So like typically when you hear circuit, you're thinking federal. So in the United States, when you hear circuit, what you're usually hearing is it's the Federal Court of Appeals. That's how we use circuits typically. 99% of the time you hear circuit, that's what it's referring to, unless it's South Carolina, of course. So hopefully this is making sense. But basically, like there's 13, I believe, 13 circuits. And they're all they do is appeals, federal appeals, mind you, right? So if you have a federal case, it starts out in a district court. District courts are much smaller. So they're going to be like in a city or a smaller area, right? Like a town. You have your district court. And then when it goes on to appeal, it's going to go to the Federal Court of Appeals, which is going to be in a circuit. So for example, let's take for example, all of Alex's federal charges, right? So let's say all the financial crimes, right? Federally charged, because I think he is federal and state. So federal, or you could take, let me do it this way. Let's take like Corey Fleming, because he's already in federal prison. Okay, let's do it that way. His appeals that he's certainly doing, because they always do, are appealing to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the Federal Court of Appeals. That's the same place where if in Greensboro, where I live, if someone was appealing for a federal case, it would be in the same circuit. What that means is it could be tried by the same judge or heard by the same judge. The appeal could. So that's how these federal circuits are large, in other words, right? Because I'm not close to the Low Country. And then after that, if the appeal is denied, then you can, of course, try to go on to the U.S. Supreme Court. Good luck with that. Now, again, these are for federal cases, right? So if it's not a federal case, if it's a state case, then you're not working with any of this. Only in certain circumstances will a state case go and be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court. As I've said before, I believe with all of my heart that this trial with Alex, with the Miss Becky, in regards to the standard, right, of review for the jury tampering and whatnot, we've talked a lot about this in depth, but do they want to use the standard that it's the one prong or the two prongs, that there had to be, proven, how should we say, misconduct by a court official, right? That happened, or is it two prong that we have to have the misconduct, and then we also have to have it had to have changed the verdict, right? That whole thing, because there's a split. I believe that this is going to go to the Supreme Court, but anyway, we've talked about that whole other thing. So let's get back to the plan here. So you guys, I'm so excited. There's so many exciting things that are going to happen in this episode, and let's get into it, because I've got a lot of thoughts. And thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Let me See, is my mouse on the wrong thing again? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go.
The court conducted a pretrial, a hearing outside the presence of the jury, addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
Yep. Who did not like that?
The door was open.
All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have bent over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and knees, and if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound
Not
would
again.
have gone, the first wound that was fatal.
Oh, Creighton.
Yes, you can come around. Yes, sir.
I'm going to get on my hands and knees, he says, if you can come behind me. Creighton? The fuck?
Okay, and guys, also, we talked about this in the last one. This is going to be the first time where the rest of this, those were from the last video, but the rest of this is all going to be no EDB. So I'm curious what y'all think. As I said, the chat had spoken. Y'all let me know your thoughts. Hopefully you guys don't, hopefully you enjoy it. And I know so many, that's what she said. Yes, super planner girl. Totally agree. That's what she said. Yes. But hopefully y'all are going to like this new setup. I think it will be easier to hear, but I have so much to say anyway for this, during this trial. I think this is going to be a good plan. So let's go ahead and get started, and I will pull up our ticker.
With that, we will have the state call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state called Senior Special Agent Ryan Kelly.
All right, guys. We're going to hear Alex's over-the-phone interview.
The testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. Please proceed and state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and make sure you can get to the mic real good. Sorry.
Ryan Kelly, Kelly.
Special Agent Kelly, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Doing well. If you would just quickly introduce yourself to the jury and just give them a short synopsis of your career in law enforcement leading to where you are today.
My name is Ryan Kelly. I'm a senior special.
I'm going to pause this real quick to say something. So a lot of you guys have wanted to know my theory on where potentially guns are, money is, clothes are, any number of things, unanswered questions. And I kept saying, hold on, guys, you have to wait till we get there. We're getting there. We're getting there. But my hope for this is that instead of telling you, I will show you. And it is going to be during this over-the-phone interview coming up that Alex has with law enforcement. And I think you will know it when it happens, but I just wanted to mention that.
Agent with the State Law Enforcement Division. I'm from Berkeley County. I went to college at the Citadel where I studied biology. I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've got approximately 22 years law enforcement experience, the last 10 of which have been at SLED Investigative Services, Low Country Region, where our caseload includes violent crime, public corruption, officer-involved critical incidents, and financial crimes. I'm currently there as a senior special agent.
All right, and if you would get that mic just a little bit closer to your to yourself.
Your
better?
face.
Yep, that's much better. Have you, as far as the murders at Moselle, you had a very tangential role in that particular case? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving forward,
man.
did you become the lead case
Plugging
agent
my
on a
cough.
different matter that started on about September 4th, 2021?
Yes, on September 4th, 2021, there was an incident involving Alex Murdaugh where he was shot along Old Salcahatchee Road in Hampton County.
All right, and did you respond to that particular scene?
I did.
Okay, and about what time did that occur?
The shooting occurred at approximately 1:36 p.m.
All right, and that's September 4th?
September 4th, yes.
As you arrived at the scene, what, if anything, did you notice about what vehicle was there?
Prior to arriving at the scene, while en route, Mr. Murdaugh was being treated at a hospital in Savannah. So I responded to Savannah first. After meeting with Mr. Murdaugh, I then responded back to the Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But let me ask you about the scene a little bit. What vehicle was at the scene?
There's a black Mercedes SUV.
All right, and do you know who that Mercedes belonged to?
Yes,
And who did it belong to?
Maggie Murdaugh.
You know, and is anyone else, am I alone in this, or is anyone else with me? Every time I hear Mercedes Benz, all I can think about is Janis Joplin.
All right, and what information had been, you said you responded to Savannah Hospital, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you had a chance to talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And do you see him here in the
Shout out to Janis Joplin.
courtroom today?
Yes, he's there in the brown blazer in between Mr. Harpootlian and
Let me ask you, I want to ask just a little bit about the scene before we get into that. What, if anything, did you notice about the condition of the vehicle?
the vehicle had a driver's side rear flat tire.
Okay. And did you notice anything about that particular tire, the class of tire it was, or what kind of tire it was?
That particular tire is a run flat.
All right.
So the tire was flat, and when we got there, we expected to see some type of damage to the tire, to the inner wall or whatnot, and that just wasn't present. After reviewing the tire and looking at it up close, we saw what we thought appeared to be a small puncture wound or a puncture mark on the sidewall.
All right. And what
Yes.
did that appear to have caused that?
Sewer planner girl, very observant of you, says, I see the snack box where they drew out the alternate juror names. I noticed that too. I think it's pumpkin, some sort of pumpkin snack, right? I believe.
As you looked at it.
It looked like a small blade, like a pocket knife that most police officers would carry in their pocket. It appeared to be something similar to that.
Tell the jury a little bit about a run flat tire. What does that mean if the tire goes, quote, flat?
Well, I don't work for Mercedes, and I'm not a tire expert, but it is it's a feature on certain brands of tire that once there is some type of puncture, that the tire remains operable. So if you're driving on a road and you suffer a blowout, it allows you to drive to a safe space, where you can pull off and seek assistance there. But they typically don't go flat immediately after being punctured, unless there's some catastrophic damage to the tire. And in this case, there was not. That catastrophic damage was not there.
All right. In the standby from the stroke, right?
Yeah. So, tennis girl, I think knows the song. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Yeah.
All right. In the course of your investigation, as you started to look into this, did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
All right. And who made that particular 911 call?
Alex Murdaugh.
While we're getting that 911 call up, can you generally describe what was reported by the defendant on 911?
Yes. Mr. Murdaugh called 911. The Hampton County 911 operator answered the phone.
I have to say, Black Widow, it's really funny that you said that, because I literally was just thinking that, and I literally horses, and then I remember it's actually Porsches. But in my mind, I did replace it with horses because I love horses, and it's really funny that we thought the same thing at the same time. Actually, it's not. Well, it's not surprising. It is funny, but it's not surprising. But I literally was just thinking, wait, it's not horses, it's Porsches. I wish it was horses. Also, I forgot to ask at the beginning, did you guys like the thumbnail? Because it's different than the other ones without the EDB background thing. Let me know if you guys liked it. You thought it was more Porsches. Oh, yeah. I would be way more jealous of someone with a horse. I don't care about Porsches, but I do care about horses. That's funny though. Learn something new every day, right?
Obviously asked, what's your emergency? Mr. Murdaugh said that he was on Salcahatchee Road by a church with a red roof. When she asked what had happened, he said that he had been driving on Old Salcahatchee Road, suffered a flat, and when he pulled over, another motorist arrived on scene to render assistance, and he said that when he turned around, the motorist shot him. So at that point, the dispatcher asked, have you been shot? And then that's at that point where Mr. Murdaugh said, yes, he'd been shot.
This 911 call
But then he
is
said
pure
he was
gold,
okay.
just like all of them, really. But
All right. And
oh man,
did he say that he got a flat tire, he stopped, and then someone stopped to help and then shot him?
Yes.
his description is the best when he just describes the so-called assailant here in a bit. They're probably like so sick of him calling 911. You again.
Okay, what's the address on Salcahatchee Road? I'm by the church. What church here? What church are you talking about? I don't know the name of it with the red roof. What end of Salcahatchee Road? Because I don't know what you're talking about. At the Hampton County side. Okay, what's going on? I got a flat tire, and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me, and when I turned my back, they tried to shoot me. Oh, okay, were you shot? Yeah, but I'm okay.
Were you shot?
Where were you shot at? Huh? Did they actually shoot you, or they tried to shoot you? They shot me, but... Okay, wait, you need EMS?
So initially he says they tried to shoot me, and then he says they shot me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, I can't drive. Okay, and I'm bleeding a lot. What part of your body? I'm not sure. It's somewhere on my head.
I love that part. What part of your body? I'm not sure. Who gets shot in their head and says, I'm not sure? And then of course he actually answers it, somewhere on my head. He's like trying to make up for it. He's like, I'm not sure. And then he's like, oh, how do I explain that I didn't know what my head was? Oh, well, somewhere on my head. She's not asking for like the specific region of your head. What part of your body? Like, yeah, and I agree. He sounds completely fine, except for the fact that everything he's saying sounds like lies. Yes, correct. 100%.
Your head? Somebody just stopped for me, ma'am. For 911. Okay. Still? Hey. Okay, let me speak to him, see if he can tell me
Exactly. Yeah, Black Widow.
For the record, I'm stopping that at 141. Was that the defendant on the 911 call?
Yes.
At that point in time, he said, someone shot me.
Yes.
Did he identify who that was?
No, he did not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 545. And is this a copy of a body-worn camera video you received from the defendant in the ambulance at the scene?
Yes.
And by the scene, we mean the side of the road on September 4th.
Absolutely. Salcahatchee Road, September 4th, 2021.
I'm going down the road. I had a tire go flat. I pulled over, and this car went by me. I didn't pay a lot of attention, truck, but then it turned around, came back. A real nice guy, acted like, and I turned my head, and I mean, boom.
So Janie is saying, Janie bringing some knowledge here, says there's fewer nerves in your head except for the face, so people don't often feel head wounds. That could be true. However, we do know that Alex's head is harder than others. Ha 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 ha. Also, I did see your feedback on the thumbnail that there was space between Alex and the penguin. I did that on purpose. I probably put too much thought into it, but part of it is because I know where the picture's for a reason. When you watch the video, we get to the part later, it's going to make sense. But I left that open for a reason. And maybe if I say that and then you look at it again, it'll make sense. But if you really look at the picture in the background, you might understand why. But I'm not going to spoil it by explaining that yet at this point.
Okay. You know what kind of gun it was?
I don't know what kind of gun it was, but it sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud. It didn't sound like a 22. I know that's what they think it is, but it didn't sound like a 22.
It looks like a small caliber hole. Yeah.
Small caliber?
Yeah, small caliber.
But it was extremely loud. Like
What's your name?
Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
5/27/68.
Over here, buddy.
You're good. You're good. What's a good telephone number, Mr. Murdaugh?
942-1227.
27. What's your address?
PO Box 457.
Box 457, Hampton.
321 South and Bay Temple, 321 South and Bay Temple. Uniform Nancy Parker, 136, repeat, Uniform Nancy Parker.
So what is, you say it's a blue color pickup, it's a Ford, a GMC, or what?
It wasn't a Ford, I know that.
It wasn't a Ford, like a Ram type, or
You know, I think it was a GMC or a Chevrolet, but
GMC?
I'm not totally positive.
Like I promised, hope not.
Janie, I'm glad you haven't figured it out yet, because you're in for a real treat later on in the video when it starts to click. You're going to be like, holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm glad you haven't figured it out. Yeah. For anyone else who hasn't figured out the thumbnail, that's actually really exciting, because you'll get to figure it out together later on.
So you got a flat tire Mercedes Benz, went inside the road, tried to change the tire. The blue color pickup came beside you, you thought everything was okay, and then the cloud, you think of a shotgun in the shop. How many times did it fire, you think?
I think just one time.
What times?
I lost my vision right when it first happened. And
I have to say, I love. Does anyone else love? Look at his little handwritten notes there. I just love that. That's like, so he pulls out a little scrap of paper and he's writing it down. I just love how normal that is.
I think
Let's wait for leads on the store from the hospital. What's that?
You gonna find out?
Oh, we find it. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we can't handle that.
Okay,
Not no traumas are hit like that.
when the flight crew
We'll
gets
find
in,
out.
we'll find out where we're going. Once you gotta give me some pictures of it, so 1 second.
All right, for the record, I played that clip from about 14:07 to 14:10 by the timestamp. Was that the defendant in the ambulance at the scene on Salkatchee Road?
Yes, it was.
And did he again tell the story that he had been shot by an unknown assailant?
Yes, the story was consistent.
100%.
Did he say at any time during that anyone shot him?
No.
And what did he say the weapon sounded like that shot him?
He said it sounded like a shotgun.
Oh,
On
wow.
September 4th, you said you responded to a hospital?
Yes, in Savannah, Georgia.
All right, and who did you see when you were there?
I met with Alex Murdaugh and I met with Randy Murdaugh.
All right, and did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right, and can you just very generally relate what the defendant said? Did he tell you a very similar story that we've heard from the 911 call in the ambulance video?
Yes, when we arrived in the hospital, Mr. Murdaugh was receiving treatment. He was awake and willing to talk to us. At that point, he was the only witness to this incident. We asked him what happened, and he told us a story that was consistent with the 911 call and with what was told to the deputy.
All right, and did he state that a driver had stopped, passed by, turned around, and came back to the location?
Yes, he said the similar story that he was driving along Old Salkatchee, that he hit something significant with his tire, causing it to go flat. So when he pulled over to the side of the road to inspect the tire, it was flat. As he was doing that, he said a dark in color Chevy pickup truck drove by, passed him, turned around, and came back to his location. He said he made contact with the driver, and as Mr. Murdaugh turned around to walk back to his vehicle, he said the driver then shot him.
Did he say that the driver of the truck seemed very nice?
He described the
This is the
driver
part. I love this.
as a very nice looking
Nice
male
looking.
between 30 and 45 years of age.
Did he tell you what he thought?
You guys, please tell me about the person who shot you. He was very nice looking. And what's really funny is, he doesn't mean like good looking, right? What he means is he looked like a nice person, which is just like hilarious. It's just not even a good made up story. It's just really funny. I know. I agree. Black Widow is saying, how is the court not laughing? Well done, people. Yes. And also, dude, there's a part, you're going to love this, when they get to playing his call and he's telling the law enforcement, telling, Agent Kelly here, this whole story with the side of the road, and they're listening to it in court. You'll see parts where it zooms in on the court. And there's this one part, hopefully I'll remember to point it out, where this dude who's in the gallery just like is, I think, trying not to laugh, but then he just like hangs his head and just shakes his head. It's just a perfect reaction. But I agree. I would have been kicked out for laughing.
Shot him with.
Yes, while he initially said it was a shotgun in the ambulance, when we met with him at the hospital, he identified the weapon as possibly a .22 caliber.
Did he say whether or not he ever lost consciousness?
Thank you, Abby.
He said that he lost his vision, dropped down to his knees, but he did not believe he'd lost consciousness.
Did he describe the vehicle of the person that supposedly did this?
Yes, he again described a newer model, dark in color blue Chevy pickup with, I believe, some type of sport tires.
And y'all, I have to say that we're going to make sense of a lot of things in this. If you read like the description and stuff, like 100%, I really intend to make sense of a lot of things, including my thoughts on the drugs. A lot of things are, like I've said throughout every episode, some things I was like, I'm going to wait to say this and wait, because I wanted to let the trial tie things together. Instead of, even though we've already seen the trial, I didn't want to jump ahead because we already know things. Like, I wanted to wait until, watching it unfold in real time, like we've been doing, right? We've watched every day, and putting the pieces together little by little. I wanted to wait until that last piece kind of came in. And so a lot of those, though, are going to happen in this video. That's why I was like, this is really going to be a culmination of a lot of what we've been talking about.
And did he describe the driver at all of this, that supposedly was the person who shot him?
Yes, his description of the driver was consistent, a white male between 30 and 40 years of age. He described him as nice looking, a nice person. He described him as having
he was a nice person.
Close cropped
nice person.
hair with a close cropped facial hair.
And did he say whether or not he would recognize this unknown person if he saw him again?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh told us that if he were to see the person again, he would be able to identify him.
At any point, did he identify specifically any individual, or did he claim that this was an unknown person to him?
He never gave a specific individual's name. He just said it was someone he did not know.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 544 and see if you recognize this particular image.
I do. This was recovered from inside the black Mercedes SUV driven by Mr. Murdaugh.
Oh, Lord, won't
it
you
is
buy me
his
Mercedes-Benz.
assistant solicitor's badge.
Can I have the helmet real quick, please?
My friends all drive horses. That's for you, Black Widow.
All right, is that what's on the screen right now for the jury to see?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, also, you guys, and let me pull this ticker down here so we can admire this. Little refresher, just in case y'all forgot, this is the very same solicitor's badge that Alex used when Mallory Beach passed away in the boat crash, and he marched right into the hospital and tried to intimidate the other witnesses into lying about Paul driving the boat. If you, I believe that testimony comes up later during the state's rebuttal, but that he was walking around flashing that thing left and right. It's just, also, it's the very same badge. Oh, what was it? There was something else he did with this badge. Oh, what was the other thing? I lost it. It's the same badge. Well, he had it displayed on his dashboard. We know that. And I can't remember what else I was going to say about the badge. Crap. Maybe I'll think of it. But anyway, this is that same badge we've heard about that he would use to intimidate people and get them to do certain things, etc.
All right, turning back to now, let's move into September 5th. Did agents with law enforcement continue to sort of search that scene where the Mercedes had been located?
Yes. So on September 5th, we agents returned to the scene. We were looking for any evidence of involved in the accident. We were looking for the significant piece of debris, and as we were searching the roadway around where the Mercedes had pulled off, we searched across the street in the grass area, and we recovered a gray in color utility knife.
Did law enforcement, did you notice any sort of debris or anything like had been described by the defendant as supposedly causing the damage to the tire?
No, we searched the area extensively, and we never were able to locate this significant piece of debris that Mr. Murdaugh described as causing his tire to go flat.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 546, and do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury what that is, please.
That is the folding knife that was recovered across the road from where Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked.
All right, and is that the knife as it was found laying in the grass?
Yes.
And again, where was that location
Hold
in
on.
relationship to
Hold
where the
on with
Mercedes
that.
was?
The Mercedes was pulled off to the side of the road. This was
Lord.
directly across the road in the grass on the other side.
Was
What you
DNA
got me?
testing ultimately conducted on this particular knife?
Yes.
And were two individuals in that DNA testing that came back in the propositions as a result?
Yes, DNA profiles of both Alex Murdaugh and Eddie Smith were identified on the knife.
In the course of the investigation, did you uncover any evidence that not long before this event occurred at 1:34 or so on September 4th that the defendant had a confrontation with an individual?
Yes.
And who was that? Remind the jury of that, please.
Prior to going to Salcahatchee Road, Mr. Murdaugh met with Chris Wilson.
And can you remind the jury what generally that discussion was about?
Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh met. Mr. Wilson, at that point, Alex Murdaugh had been terminated from his law firm, and Mr. Wilson became aware of that, so he wanted to meet with him to discuss what was going on, because obviously Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh had the missing $192,000 from the previous months that was still ongoing.
On September 6th, did you return back to the Savannah Hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you have another conversation with the defendant?
Yes. When Mr. Murdaugh
Okay, we're
advised
getting
us
to
that
the
he
call.
would be able to, would recognize the individual if you should see them again, SLED has at its resources a composite sketch artist. So we brought her down, and her and I went.
This is the best part. This is the fake, very nice, seemed nice seeming, nice looking man that allegedly shot Alex in the back of the head with a alleged shotgun.
To Savannah, back to the hospital to re-interview Mr. Murdaugh in an attempt to create a composite sketch of the unknown suspect.
All right, and just very quickly, what is the composite sketch?
Super Planner Girl, I'm not sure what you said. What question is this addressing? The money? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Something I said earlier or something he just said. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, let me know. Oh, the testimony. Yes. Yes. So I was referring to, it's during it. So Alex's phone call interview thing is coming up. It's during that. And I don't want to, all I will say is that I'm hoping that the way I've set up the video, it will, without me having to say it, I would rather you guys come to your own conclusions is how I can put this. But I think it will be really evident when it happens. And I'm really curious what you guys think. But it's where it will, to me, it provides a lot of answers as to where things might be. Let me put it that way.
Again, I'm not a composite sketch artist, so I'm a layperson as I describe this. It is where an artist uses a digital software in concert with resources of magazines of certain body types and skin tones and whatnot, and allows the victim to like a catalog to go through and find the identifying features closest that fit the unknown person, and those various parts are then drawn together to create a composite sketch.
All right. And during that particular interaction, was the defendant able to answer your questions?
I will say also in general, for this question, Super Planner Girl asking, so what are we listening out for? There's a lot of answers, I think, to a lot of questions in this phone call from Alex. And we'll get to it as well. I don't really want to talk about too much until we get to this timeline, because again, I don't want to get ahead, but I think there's answers as to I think that I have some ideas that better explain the thing with the drugs, like what's going on with the drugs. I mean, I had my own thoughts before, but putting together all these videos, I've realized a lot more because I'm paying attention to so many details, because I'm going through and deciding, I'm hearing it so many times on repeat, but I'm also like paying so much closer attention to it. But if you really pay attention, there's answers that I think are there that I think a lot of people have missed, but that's what I'm hoping to point out. But a lot of that's going to come in that phone call, and then others will come out in that timeline as well.
He was.
Did he respond appropriately to subject matter?
He responded appropriately, was able to answer the questions asked of him. And again, we started from the beginning, and he again went over the entire scenario of what happened on the 4th, and it was consistent with the versions he had given us previously.
Did he agree to have this discussion with you?
He did agree.
And did you go into some discussion again with what happened on the side of the road, at least according to him? At this
Side of the
time?
road.
Yes.
And was it
Side of the
consistent with
road.
what
I
he
need to make a
related before?
song.
It was consistent.
Did he
Side of the road.
describe this unknown individual?
Again, he described him in a similar fashion. White male between 30 and 40 years of age, was nice looking.
Nice looking?
Close cropped
Crucial.
hair, manicured,
Crucial.
close facial hair. I believe he described him as wearing some type of outdoors type shirt. The description was consistent with what he had previously told us.
All right. And did he also provide a similar description of the vehicle that this individual was driving?
Yes, again, dark and colored.
Nice
Chevy
looking
pickup
vehicle.
truck.
Just
And
kidding.
yet again, at any point during this period of time, did he identify who this person was, or did he say it was an unknown assailant?
Never identified who it was, and continued to tell us it was an unknown person.
Did
Who was
he
nice.
work with the sketch artist and looking through books and working to make a sketch of this supposed unknown assailant?
Yes, the sketch was completed.
And did that take a relatively extensive period of time?
Looking back, I don't know the exact approximate, but it probably took a couple hours for the interview and the sketch to be completed.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 547 to your testimony and see if you recognize that image.
I do. This is the composite sketch.
And what is this image on
There
the
he
screen?
is.
That is the composite sketch created with the assistance of Mr. Murdaugh.
Based on his descriptions to
Think
the,
about
the
this.
sketch artist?
This
Based on
is
his-
creepy, right? Like, can we pull this sticker down? This is so creepy. Like, imagine if you were this, what Alex did, right? So you're describing somebody, you're going through a catalog, like they described the processes, picking out certain features. Hey, is this. So Alex doesn't have a person in mind, right? Because he didn't exist. Like he's not remembering a person and describing somebody. He's just saying, he's just pointing to like nose options and said, yep, that nose, that eye, whatever, right out of a catalog. That's how they said it. So imagine what it must feel like if you're Alex and they show you this person who doesn't exist. It's like a phantom. It's like a ghost, right? Like it's really creepy. And they show it to you and they're like, here he is. And you're like, yep, that's it. Like that's so surreal, knowing that you invented this person and pulled him out of thin air and he's not even real. And the drawing looks real, doesn't it? I mean, like in other words, they've put effort into making it a real person and giving this picture. Imagine if you're the sketch artist, right? Like you're trying to bring life to a person's description. It's almost like, birthing somebody. It's like a person's been through, like if you take them at their word, they've been through an event, they're describing this person. You're trying to help them by bringing the perpetrator to life so that they are recognizable A, to the victim, and B, to the public if they need to identify them, right? So this is like really important, and they, put a lot of hard work into it, right? Like, look at that. And they sign it and everything. I mean, it's really awful. Like, this, we keep talking about how there's just so many people who he victimized. But I would say this sketch artist is one of them because, I know it's like her job, but like, my gosh, it's really messed up, right? Like they bring this person to life. And anyway.
Descriptions.
That evening, did law enforcement receive any communication from the defendant's family?
Yes. On the evening of September 6th, Special Agent Owen received a call from Mr. Murdaugh's brother, Randy.
All right. Can you relate what the investigation learned from that particular conversation?
Alex Murdaugh was still in the hospital in Savannah. Randy and the family had been down there with him. Randy called Special Agent Owen to let him know that Alec had been making calls from the hospital
Janie, if you can't pay attention, that's totally fine. We're just happy you're here. You do you.
to some unknown numbers. So Randy provided those numbers to us.
And was information related that he had contact with hospital staff?
Yes, Randy told us that Alec was trying to convince the nursing, the medical staff members.
Well, and to this end, Alex described a generic, whatever looking person, right? He didn't give some crazy, somebody had some sort of distinctive feature. He's really generic, right? Well, how unfortunate would it have been? I mean, it didn't, but how unfortunate would it have been if there just happened to be some person who looked like the sketch and they got arrested? Imagine that, right? They got arrested. Alex wouldn't have said anything.
Allow him to use the phone so he could make phone calls.
And was information related that he was actually offering the staff money to try to use their phone?
Yes, one of the nurses in their notes made note of Mr. Murdaugh trying to offer money to use their phone.
Did the family of Mr. Murdaugh relate a specific name and a number to law enforcement as they discovered that Alec was attempting to contact this person?
A specific name and number were provided to us. Curtis Edward Smith. We were able to take the telephone number and trace that back to Mr. Smith.
During the course of this particular investigation, did law enforcement obtain any surveillance footage from any nearby establishments?
Yes, we did.
And can you describe that to the jury, please?
After the shooting, the agents who are present on the crime scene, obviously part of our investigation is to canvass the area. There was St. John's Baptist Church was nearby. Agents made contact with staff there. They in fact did have surveillance video that captured the roadway of Salcahatchee Road. Reviewing the footage, we first looked to isolate Mr. Murdaugh's black and color Mercedes. That was something that was unknown to us. That he went that way, it would have been seen. And as we continued to review the footage, we started looking for a blue and color Chevy pickup truck. At 1:25 p.m. approximately, we observed a blue and color Chevy pickup truck with a gold or yellow in color passenger front quarter panel. Passed by at 1:25. Approximately 20 seconds later, Mr. Murdaugh's black and color SUV passed by. At 1:30 p.m., the blue and color pickup truck was seen driving back the opposite direction away from where Mr. Murdaugh would have been.
Putting this up on the screen, you have the timestamp up here, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that right there?
That is it is a dark blue and colored Chevy pickup truck with a gold front quarter panel.
All right.
Industry
549.
touched the gold bit. Oops.
What does that image reflect?
It is the Mercedes SUV.
I must make
Going in the
amends.
same direction?
Going in the same direction, approximately 20 seconds after.
And then 550, what does that reflect?
That is at 1:30 p.m., approximately 5 minutes after the initial vehicles were seen. The blue Chevy truck appears to be driving in the opposite direction.
Did law enforcement travel to any particular residence in light of the information that had been provided by the defendant's family about the calls that the defendant was making?
Yes, once we were able to identify Curtis Edward Smith, we quickly learned that he was a resident of Walterboro, South Carolina. So we were able to go to his residence the morning of September 7th. and we were able, he lives at 1075 Burlington Road in Walterboro. Agent Owen went by and was able to locate or observe the blue in color Chevy pickup truck with the right front gold quarter panel.
Super Planner Girl has a question. Was his tire actually flat like he popped it? I can't recall. He did pop it. He popped it with the knife. And part of the whole thing why it was suspicious is because, you know, his claim that he hit something, right? He hit something in the road. Well, the Mercedes-Benz run flat tires have a feature where they're not going to go flat if they hit something. Like you know, Brian Kelly was saying that it would have to be some sort of catastrophic event in order to make that tire actually go flat, such as popping it with a knife, right? But a regular situation would not make it run. It wouldn't, in other words, his whole thing is he pulled over because he had a flat tire. And the whole point of these tires is that they're not going to need, you won't need to pull over. Like you can safely drive to a tire place or what have you. Exactly. He didn't do enough lie research. That's exactly right. Janie, I really hope you get the tea bags figured out. Yeah, that's important.
Was a search warrant conducted of that residence?
Yeah, a search warrant was obtained and executed on the residence.
What date was that?
September 7th, 2021.
All right, and during the course of that search warrant, was there some narcotics found?
Yes.
Was there a ledger found?
Yes. So a small amount of narcotics. Mr. Smith lives in his garage, a modest home. Over the course of the
Okay. Curtis Smith lives in the garage of a modest home. So it sounds like he doesn't even own the whole home. It sounds like he just lives in the garage. I think he mentions that again in a minute. What do you guys think? Why is he mentioning that? Let me know, or you can think about it and let me know. I have thoughts, but I'm curious what y'all think.
The execution of the search warrant, narcotics were located inside the garage, but the search of the residence, we found the best way I could describe it would be a physician's desk reference of multiple narcotic pills, like a drug reference guide that he had made personal notes in.
And was there any sort of notebook with a ledger in it or anything like that recovered?
Yes, there was also a small spiral notebook, a 3.5-inch spiral notebook that had various, it looked like, obviously it wasn't completed by an accountant, but there was numbers and there was pills and descriptions of it looks like some type of sales ledger.
Ultimately, did the law enforcement look at some of this financial information and trace that back to the defendant? This was recovered in Eddie Smith's house, correct?
Yes, those documents were recovered in Mr. Smith's house. At this point, Alex Murdaugh had been fired from his law firm for stealing from clients and from the firm. We were aware of that information. It was told to us that Mr. Murdaugh had a prescription drug addiction that we were aware of. At this point, we were aware of that Mr. Murdaugh had reached out to Mr. Smith from the hospital.
Okay.
So when we
I'm reading what y'all. So here's some what y'all are guessing to my question here about the modest home. Maybe to indicate that cousin Eddie is another person who would be easier to take advantage of. I'm glad you guys are guessing. To identify with the jury, not the defendant. I mean, any of these could be true, but that's not what I'm thinking. Let's play a little bit more and see if you guys have any other thoughts.
Found, like I said, Mr. Smith lives in a modest house, has a modest vehicle.
There it is again.
We're seeing several $100,000 of deposits and financial records for Mr. Smith's Enterprise Bank. We obtained a search warrant. Through the execution of that search warrant, the funds were tied back to checks written by Mr. Murdaugh.
He says he lives in a modest home, has a modest car. So when we see hundreds of thousands of dollars of checks, basically what he's saying is alarm bells are going ringy-dingy-dingy, to quote Michael Scott. Bingo. Remember back to Ronnie Crosby's testimony from PMPD, Ronnie Crosby back in the, it feels like ages ago. Remember what he just said? And I said at the time, I commented and I said, he hit the nail on the head. He says he's the only person in this trial just flat out say that what they uncovered at PMPED, he describes it as, quote, a money laundering scheme, end quote. Money laundering. Think about that. What is that? Hopefully we all know what this means, but it's, He didn't say there was a drug scheme. He didn't say there was a drug addiction thing. We're going to get to the drugs more. Don't worry about that. But he doesn't keep the money. Remember, he had that one of Paul's friends who worked for the law firm cash checks. He was right, exactly, watching Breaking Bad. You'll learn all about it there. So he was having Eddie, he was writing, and I think it comes out later in the trial, but he was writing these checks to Eddie and having him cash them. That's what was happening, right? Like that's money laundering. That's money laundering. Okay, let's take it this way. So let's say Alex is stealing money or whatever and writing checks to himself. That's not money laundering. Or sorry, what I mean is, and then cashing them, right? Like cashing a check or taking out cash. That's not money. The money laundering is when you make it look like you don't have it anymore. And I think also it could have been a way, like, okay, this is where the context matters. So most people, if they're stealing millions of dollars and hiding millions of dollars, they're going to do it not in this way. You have to remember where we're at, the low country, South Carolina. I think Alex was extremely low tech. I mean, I'm sure he was. I mean, it's just things were very different. And so his idea was to write checks to Cousin Eddie to try to make it look like he was paying somebody for something, right? So that he doesn't have the money, but then having him cash them. And I think even Amy Z, which is Cousin Eddie's attorney, I think she's even talked about this on STS. Yes, you're right. Tennis Girl says, I think he stashed a bunch of the cash in his safe. No way he spent all that dough. Yes. Y'all, we're going to get to this. I promise you. I promise you. It's going to come together in this episode. It's going to come together. There's some things that are going to come out and make sense 100%, especially when it comes to the drugs. I realized a lot as I was putting this video together. And exactly, cashes it and gives it back to him. That's it. That's money laundering. That's what happens. That's what he does. I don't think it's anything fancy overseas. And we're going to, well, actually, I'll mention that now because I didn't want to forget to say it. Y'all remember the thing about the trip to the Bahamas? Okay. Yes. So offshore account. I'm going to address that right now. So here's the thing. We've heard a lot of people talking about this case, make a big deal about his trip to the Bahamas, right? He made this trip to the Bahamas and maybe that's when he did them. It dawned on me literally this morning. It dawned on me. I was like, hang on, what has happened? I think there's that thing happened. Like, you know, that game Telephone when you're a kid, like the trip to the Bahamas they're talking about, they forgot the rest of it. This trip to the Bahamas, they're referring to when he went, there's only one time he went. He went after Maggie and Paul died. He went with Maggie's family. He went with, even Marion Proctor testified to that. He went with her family. It was a family vacation. They forgot that part. I would be shocked if they remembered that they would still say that trip was about money laundering, like hiding weapons, or people have inferred maybe hiding weapons. No, he went with her family. There's no way. There's just no way. And everyone forgets that part. The other thing everyone forgets. Here's the other thing everyone forgets. Chris Wilson testified that, and I believe this, that Alex never even, like most of these attorneys, most of them, like take, we're going to hear from it later on when we get to the timeline. Michael Gunn of Fake Forge, most of these guys that are wealthy, they're attorneys, they're living this world, especially they're golfers, most of them, if not all of them, are taking these guys' trips where they're going to go golfing in expensive locations. You guys have heard about this with people, right? That's a normal thing. Chris Wilson testifies that Alex never even did that. He only took trips with the family. And I believe it. He didn't even do the guys' trips, which would have been maybe more believable if he was going to try to, and the other thing is that you have to go, if you're going to money launder overseas, you have to go there to do that, from what I understand. And the other reason I think that is because everybody makes a big deal about him going to the Bahamas. If it was possible to open an offshore account without going there, then going to the Bahamas wouldn't matter. But again, it doesn't matter anyway, because they're forgetting the important part, which is that he went with Maggie's family, and everyone has testified to that. And no one's No one's, so everyone's kind of just, and then did y'all see what I'm talking about? Like when this dawned on me, I was like, this is insane because everyone forgot those other details and everyone just kind of sort of went along. And I was even thinking, oh yeah, the Bahamas. But then I was like, wait, hang on, don't just like assume, because we've heard them say it was with Maggie's family. So this doesn't make any sense. And then we heard, okay, you're getting closer. You guys are getting closer. It's going to become, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about this. I can't wait till we get there to this phone call. It's going to become clear what my thought is. I'm so excited for y'all. Keep in mind the context. This is not a technical wizard. This is someone who wrote checks and cashed them. I don't think Alex knew anything. Like, this is not someone who knew what the dark web was. I would bet any money amount, anything on it. Like, I don't think he knew any of this stuff. I don't think he clearly didn't know how to criminal, right? I mean, he just only 2 generations away from a bootleg moonshiner. You know, I mean, it's just old school farm. Think about all that context. And the property thing is true, but there's records. I have them. I'm not going to try to give too much away. I have things. I have many plans. I have records. I have things. Don't worry about that. We'll get there.
Those funds continue up until the time of the murders at Moselle?
No,
Yes, they
and
do.
I'm glad you guys are thinking.
did.
I'm glad. This
Your Honor,
is
this time I would
what I
offer
wanted.
States
I wanted
551
you
and
guys to
evidence of
think about
without
it.
additional objection.
Without additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Here's the ledger thingies. So remember, these are the checks. You know, he was having Eddie cash these checks for him, right? And by the way, cousin Eddie is a cousin, but he's like a distant cousin. He's not like a regular cousin. It's like a cousin of a cousin of a cousin type situation.
Did the investigation obtain any information from Blanca Simpson about any communication she had with the defendant that day, September 4th, 2021?
Yes, Ms. Simpson made contact with Mr. Murdaugh, where Mr. Murdaugh had requested her send him copies of their insurance cards.
Was that prior to the incident occurring on the side of the road?
Yes, prior to the incident, Mr. Murdaugh attempted to meet with a few individuals, Mr. Wilson being one of them, and he made contact with Ms. Simpson via telephone.
In light of the information that had been uncovered about Eddie Smith and the financial connection between Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh, did the investigation seek to re-interview Alex Murdaugh?
We did. I've reached out to Mr. Arpul.
Gold, I think, is very possible. I would say gold is likely. Yes, Janie, you're absolutely right. I think gold is possible.
On the day of September 7th, 2021.
All right. And over the course of the next few days, was the defendant going to rehab?
Yes, we communicated regularly with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffith. They made it known to us that Mr. Murdaugh had entered into a rehab facility that was out of state. So at that point, we were making an attempt to interview him. We made plans to travel to Atlanta, where we believe Mr. Murdaugh was, and those plans did not come to fruition.
Okay, we're getting to the call.
Were you able to make contact with the defense and have a subsequent interview with the defendant?
I definitely think gold
Yes,
is like
Mr. Harpootlian called me on September 13th, 2021, and we were able to set up a telephone interview of Mr. Murdaugh.
You know, a la Ron Swanson. Do any of you guys watch Parks and Rec, the show? A la Ron Swanson. There's like, you know, there's all these talks about him with his buried gold, but then there's an episode where like he sends April like try to go find it or something. I'm picturing a situation like that. I'm picturing there's a lot of, I get a lot of the same sensibilities of in terms of just like the old school, you know. Yeah, it just makes a well, but we'll get there. We'll get there. It won't be long.
No, it should not. We're not. All right, telephone conference interview of Alex Murdaugh, 9/13/21.
I can't wait.
It's Jomar El Bayalde.
Does he he present with you when you conducted this interview?
Yes, he was.
Jim.
Hey, Jim, this is Ryan Kelly and Jomar Albayalde with SLED. How are you?
Hey, Ryan and Joe.
Yes.
We're at an office over here in Atlanta with Alex and Dick, and I'm just gonna put the phone here on the table next to Alex and then turn it over to you guys.
Well, let me start, Ryan. First of all, we only have about 30 to 40 minutes before we have to get out of here. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir. Sorry about that. You caught me. I was halfway to Somerville, so I had to turn around and get into a place where.
And I'm sorry, but we were waiting getting in here to see Alex, and once we got in here, we had to have a long discussion.
Okay.
It's beneficial. I'd like to walk him through some questions, which will then allow you to question him, but give you some sort of, rather than him just sort of wandering around.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, before we get started, can we just have, for the purpose of our notes, obviously we prefer not to do telephone interviews. This is how y'all requested, so obviously, we don't really have a choice. But we just I'm gonna need Alex to identify himself, on the call, and basically what we do is I'm gonna ask him his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay, go ahead.
Alex, just go.
Hello.
And remember, y'all, they said this is September 7th. Keep that in mind. This is September 7th.
Alex, give me your full name.
Okay, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 27th, 1968,
Last four of your social.
7483.
Okay. And I understand, obviously this is a unique situation conducting this interview over the phone. We need to, obviously you've been receiving some treatment. So just for the overall, sake of your competency to be giving us information, are you right now, sound body, sound mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
talking to us willingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dick. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me say for the record, his attorneys, Jim Griffin and Dick Arbulian, are here. We've spent the last hour talking to him. We believe that he
This is insane.
is a sound mind and body, and that he understands, and that he
Look at Poot's face, y'all. Look at Poot's face.
Okay.
He is perfectly confident to answer
Face
these questions.
amazing.
Now, we're willing to, and we've advised him.
Also, look at Alex's. He's got his little bag of candy there. I mean, what the fuck, y'all?
We're going to talk about the shooting incident a week ago Saturday, where he was shot in the head, how that happened, who and why it was done.
Okay.
We don't want to talk about what happened in Moselle, and we don't want to talk about anything involving finances at the
This is so insane.
the law firm. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Who did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and Chief Chessie
Mm-hmm. And then what?
at Hampton, and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done,
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
finances, pills, lies.
Okay. Now, were you taking? Well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing OxyContin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
So tennis girl's asking, why are they allowing a phone call with his attorney? He testified to a little bit earlier. It's fucked up. Basically, what he was saying, what Ryan Kelly said a little bit earlier, is that they were supposed to meet in person. They had agreed to meet in person. They told, let me say this. There is no evidence of where Alex is at this point. Let me just start there. There is no evidence of where the three of them are or where Alex was. The next location that is verified of him being there, I believe, is Florida for rehab or whatever. because they pick them up from there or whatever. But there's no evidence of where we have no record. So essentially, they're claiming he's in Georgia for detox or whatever. So these SLED agents agreed to travel there and have made plans, and I believe are like on their way to go to, I believe they say they're in Savannah or Augusta, to go to Georgia to interview him in person. And initially they had like agreed to that. And then it's what it sounds like to me is once they actually start getting on their way to go meet them there, they change their plans and say no. And so the way that Ryan Kelly phrases it, he says those plans did not come to fruition. So what that means is they put a stop to it. And then they said, we'll talk, I think their excuse was like, Alex is not in a good state to do it or whatever, which doesn't make any sense. And then they're like, we'll do it over the phone. And you'll get some of this, some of the skepticism, especially when we get to cross, you'll hear it. You will hear, it will become clear from Ryan Kelly's voice and his answers that there's skepticism as to where he was. They were very skeptical of the whole situation. Law enforcement wasn't just like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. They knew something was fishy, but they were just going along with it because they didn't, well, A, they didn't really have a choice. And B, I think they realized that they were going to get more information if they went along with it, which they do. They get plenty of information here. Janie, I know you're not talking about this trial when you say the chocolate was closer than the ice, but I will say that sounds almost like a saying that would be applicable here in terms of why did they go along with the phone call? That sounds like the chocolate was closer than the ice. If that like it's I don't know, that in my mind makes sense as like a way of explaining that. So anyway, but it'll become clear that they're really, Ryan Kelly is in hindsight is really skeptical of what was happening here and where Alex was, and we still don't know. But it stands to reason that he was there locally, right? It stands to reason that he was there and they were trying to get their story together. And so they made up this excuse that he's in Georgia, thinking it would deter the law enforcement. And then they said, well, we'll go there. That's fine. And then they're like, well, fuck. No, over the phone. You know what I mean? Like, because they had to pretend like he was not there.
Best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
The planner girl?
Now,
Yes, exactly. They're catering to him for a reason, right? The chocolate's closer than the ice. Exactly.
On this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking
Yes.
the oxycontin?
I agree.
Or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but, I was taking, I'd given it all that I had someone
Correction, the chocolate is closer than the ice cream. There we go.
else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m., so I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, was some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I have a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Let's do this.
Not off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life.
That's correct.
Okay, I guess it's when they question him, the agents question him about the life insurance. Anyway, so we'll talk about it when we get there.
And tell these SLED agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who was Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it'd be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be 40, 50, 60,000.
would be in my records. He's telling law enforcement that he kept records of how much money he gave Eddie Smith, or records of how many pills he bought. We don't have any records of that. We have records of him writing checks to Eddie, but what he's saying doesn't make sense. That it would be in my records.
$1,000 that you would give him for pills.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. Everyone knows that this is absurd about the $50,000 worth of pills. Everyone knows that someone would be dead. But what I want you guys to think about is I want you to picture in your minds. I want you to picture the quantity of pills. Don't worry about people taking them. Like, don't worry about if Alex took them. I want you to just picture if someone possessed, how much space would that take up? What container? What size container? It's a genuine question because I really don't have a reference point. Would it be a freight train's worth? Like $50,000 worth of pills? Like how much space would that take up? What container would it be in? How big would that be? Yeah, sign here, Mr. Drug Dealer. Blackwater says, "Here's your receipt, sir." I know, right? Exactly. But I'm curious to know, what do you guys think? How much? Where would you keep $50,000? Now, mind you, it's $50,000. Like what, a month? I think he says. How many pills would that be? I'm curious what you guys think, and how much space would that take up? Where would you keep it?
You've known him for how long?
Years.
That'll come up later.
So, did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to.
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
Another thought is it a small enough portion that Curtis A. Smith and his he lives in a garage? And I believe they show pictures to the court of this, but he would have space to store it for Alex until Alex comes by and picks it up. These are questions that we have. A wheelie bin. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a house, it's hard to imagine, right? But I think it's going to be at least a wheelie bin worth, I would say.
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road.
Side of the road.
At the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay, did y'all have a discussion there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get out of your cars, or was this in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what vehicle was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay, and what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really.
Yes, he tells pieces of things that are true. Yes, super planner girl. And there's going to be many of those in this phone call that I don't know that anyone's really picked up on that are going to put some of these pieces together for us. For sure. For sure.
And I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
Sure. Why not?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised. But then he said, okay.
Did you
that
tell
makes
him
no
where
sense.
you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the
Well,
logistics
okay.
of that?
I mean, I'm just now thinking. I didn't notice this until just now, literally. But this doesn't make sense. Janie was really kind enough earlier to give Alex the benefit of the doubt that the head doesn't have as many nerves. So, but hold the phone, because Alex just says, okay, if we go with his story, right? His story is that he told Eddie Smith to shoot him in the back of the head. So then it doesn't make any sense when he calls 911 that he says he doesn't know where he was shot. So I was kind enough to give him the benefit of the doubt, Janie, but it does not make any sense because according to his story, he tells Eddie to shoot him there. So he should know.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out and that I would make a flat tire and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We had stopped somewhere on Salcahatchee Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him, what kind of weapon did you give him?
A revolver pistol,
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so he followed you out to where?
Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and you pull off the road.
Yes, sir.
And he pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped. Made my tire flat.
How'd you make your tire flat?
There
With
we
a
go.
knife.
Whose knife?
Mine.
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
Threw it.
Which tire?
Back driver's side.
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
Across the road.
Across the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think he's still playing this. I think there's been a lot of people who, when people would say, how is he going to fare in prison and blah, blah. And there's been some people who say he's doing exactly what he always did. He's just doing it in prison. I agree with those people. I think he's still playing. Okay, let me just say it this way. The fact that he's still playing, the fact that he's still allocating just in a different location was very evident. For example, when he gave his speech for the state financial crimes, when it was his chance to say something, whatever, say sorry to the victims, and he gave a long speech that I couldn't even finish watching because it made me so angry, and it was really just him trying to argue that he didn't kill his wife and son. And I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks that. I think between that, it was evident there. I still don't. Then you have his filings that since he's been in prison, the filings that he did regarding Gloria Satterfield. I saw that and I was like, how long has he planned all this? We're going to get to all that probably after we finish going over the trial. But when I saw those filings that he did from prison with Gloria Satterfield regarding all that, it made my stomach turn and my skin crawl, like he had orchestrated all this way in advance. I think think of like Moriarty, okay? Yes. You guys know Moriarty, like from Sherlock? That, in my mind, is him. He's playing 4D chess with like himself and everybody else. And it may be for no other reason at this point than to entertain himself or because he doesn't know any other way, or I don't know. But I picture like that. I picture like a Moriarty, 100%. And I always wondered if that was why your pup was named Watson. That's awesome. I meant to ask you that last stream. Yes, Jeannie. You guys are all saying, I love what you guys are saying, 100%. And then there's the Miss Becky thing. I can't, again, see, I'm getting goosebumps again. Like, all I could think about was when that whole thing went down and they're saying jury tampering. All I could think about is, of course, what is his family known for? Freaking railroads, insurance fraud, and jury tampering. I mean, it's like we see history repeat itself, and we're going to see more of that. That's why I started with that history with the train. We're going to see this is all going to come full circle. I promise you guys. You don't need to insult Moriarty. Sorry, Moriarty. Or rather, I should say shout out to Moriarty if you're watching. Oh, you mean Gloria Satterfield? Or do you mean Miss Becky? Or both? Yes to all of it, in my opinion. I think it's just, there's no coincidences with this. And it just, I think it's entirely possible that he could have even set the Miss Becky thing up, but without Miss Becky even knowing. Again, think of like a Moriarty. Like, everything is so behind the scenes. Remember, guys, Jim McCullough, who I believe is cut off in this shot right here, but he's in the courtroom a lot. Jim McCullough is the attorney for Jersey. Miss Becky got a lot of the ideas for the book and got kind of dazzled by the, the press and all that. All of this happened. All of this really started when Jim McCullough threw a birthday party for Miss Becky and invited all of the media. That's when she met all of the media. And she mentions it even in the book, but that's when she met all of these people who she made contacts with. And her co-author, I've got Super Planner Girl. I know I've got a whole thing I'm working on with him as well. There's some things I wonder about with him. He seems very nice. Anyway, but this party was thrown for her, and she was introduced to all these people from the media, from the press at that party. And in her book, she talks about they all had a little bit of wine, chatted it up, and blah, blah. But all that was set up by Jim McCullough. And at that point, that's when she was introduced to all these people. And then it sounded like, even though maybe she'd talked about a book, it didn't really. There was a jumping off point when she met Neil Gordon's wife. Okay. Neil Gordon's wife. Neil Gordon's the co-author. He didn't go to the trial, but the wife did. She's a photographer. That was a jumping off point because then they became friends. And then she's like, oh, my husband can help you. It sounds like a lot of people kind of like coerced her, if you will, or encouraged. There's just a lot of coincidences, but we're not going to deep dive that right now. But yeah. Okay, yeah, I was just reading what yeah, I mean, I agree with you guys. There were orcas. There were a lot of other factors that led to what happened with Miss Becky. And I mean, it's clear she talked to the jury. That's clear. But I mean, and the other thing is, like, the book isn't even the problem, right? The book's not really the problem. It was the talking to the jury. But the book got a lot of media attention, right? And anyway, we're gonna there's so much here that we can continue to deep dive, but I want to continue with this phone call because we've got plenty to deep dive just in this video for sure.
Was it woods over there, a ditch, or do you know?
Just some grass, like thick grass.
Okay. And after you did that, he passed you, or did he pass you as you were doing that?
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around and come back.
Now, when he was coming back, you had given him a pistol. What was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay. And when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up? Do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look in his face?
I don't think so.
Did you look in his face? It's a weird question.
Stood close to his car.
And
he shot me.
Where did he shoot you?
Yes. Yes.
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay. And as a result of being hit in the back of the head,
yes.
Did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And do you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
Not sure.
Okay, now after you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were 2 cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
And the one that stopped, what did they do?
They tried to help me.
In what way?
In getting me to in every way that first we got in. They were crowded in their car. There was some reason why their car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was.
The rustling is them in the interview.
So the young lady in my car was driving me to the hospital.
Why did it just all of a sudden? Hold on. I don't know. The rustling is in the interview. It's like they're shuffling their papers. Yeah.
I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we had to get out of that. And then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so
It's either Dick and Jim or it's the law enforcement.
where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance?
Now, were you on that? Did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
And you tell them somebody shot you?
Yes, sir.
Some gas shot you, right?
At my request.
So your intent was to have him kill you so you could collect your life insurance, right?
So my son could. I mean, I knew
I think it's the law
everything,
enforcement
and
because they usually have those
if he
notebooks they
got
write in.
off that way, then dealing with me.
Now this gentleman that shot you, give me his name again.
So
Curtis Eddie Smith.
the weird thing about the other people is that whole thing is true, and that's the weirdest part because it sounds so made up. Like why would random other the story that he tells about random other people stopping to help him, but then they had too many people in their cars, so they swapped cars and drove someone else. I mean, sounds completely impossible. Like who would? But that's actually true. I'm trying to remember when it comes out. They did call 911, and we do hear their 911 call, and all that is proven. I can't remember if that was after the trial or that might come out. I can't remember when that comes out. But they do help him. Like he does end up riding in their car and one of them drives his car or something like that. Like they do completely help him. And I believe they call 911 and all of that is actually true of all the things that he lies about a ton, but all this nonsense with the other people is completely true. Oh, I guess it's not nonsense rather.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
Gray truck.
Amy Z, Cousin Eddie's attorney, thinks that was his plan, and I tend to agree that he was gonna kill Cousin Eddie. That was the plan.
And it's probably not relevant, but I'm intrigued by the fact, how long was it? Have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you commit suicide?
No, sir.
How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road?
When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Barnville.
And how long after that did he actually shoot you in the head?
However long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road.
More than a half an hour?
Oh, and we just, by the way, we just heard him say Varnville. Do y'all remember Varnville from earlier when we were reading the train story?
Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise?
No, sir.
Do you find that strange?
I didn't, I was focused on.
Focused on what?
Being gone.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
So that's all the questions I have, but I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible.
You guys, we're getting close to the moment. I can't wait till we get there, but now that they're switching questioners and it's going to be law enforcement, we're getting to the part I keep referring to. Y'all will know it when we get there. Promise.
He'll be happy to answer any other questions. Any additional questions, again, I'm not interviewer, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, let me ask you this. Y'all recording this, aren't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, good.
Yep. So, Alex, how long have you known Curtis Smith?
And Ryan, Officer Kelly, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying at the hospital.
Right.
I was in a very bad place.
No, so we understand. And I do appreciate you, helping us figure this out now. So that's in the past. So let's just focus on what we're doing now.
I have to say, I just really respect how much they are able to keep their shit together with him, right? These law enforcement officers, after all of this and all the bullshit and all the time, I mean, they are able to somehow keep their cool and keep it together. And I mean, it just, props to them for that, for being able to, not claim, call bullshit on him when he says that. Exactly. 100% poker faces, poker voices. Yeah.
How long have you known Curtis?
I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow from playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12
Okay.
years ago.
How often would y'all talk on the phone?
Very frequently.
Okay. And what would y'all talk about?
Getting pills.
Okay.
That's all.
And you would pay him money to get you pills, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you pay him?
Frequently.
Okay. Well, I mean, once a week, twice a week?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash, and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Almeda state account.
Keep in mind that if Alex was writing these checks and Eddie was cashing the checks. So I don't know. I don't know that I believe that he was even paying him for drugs. I mean, like, there is no evidence. Let me put it this way. There is no evidence that Curtis Eddie Smith sold Alex drugs, except for Alex's own word. Okay, let's remember that. Because I feel like we've all kind of like, there's a lot of things I'm realizing similarly to the whole thing, like with the Bahamas, where we've all just kind of like accepted something. And then I'm realizing it's important to go back and double check some of this stuff, because let's remember, I think we've all kind of had accepted, okay, yeah, he was buying drugs from Curtis. There is no evidence that Curtis Eddie Smith sold drugs to Alex, except for Alex's own words. There's evidence that Alex wrote checks to him. And there's evidence that he had Eddie cashing those checks and other people cashing checks. And I'm going to leave it at that for the moment, because we'll talk about more stuff related to that here shortly.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. Several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash, and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Almeda state account.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a DBA, that's my name, DBA Forge, and then my checking account at Almeda State Bank.
Okay, so there's two accounts at Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
The DBA and then your checking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the DBA?
Forge, F-O-R-G-E.
Thank you. Okay, and then the Palmetto is your was the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was he? So you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir.
He doesn't know we're heading. I mean, this is none of this.
Oh, well, I was told
Dear
that he
Lord.
got them
Okay,
from...
guys, I wonder if I can rewind it to that. He goes, do you know where he was getting the drugs from? He goes, no, sir. And then his attorneys are like encouraging him to say something else. Let me see if I can back that up just a second so we can hear that again. Because this is important. This is important as we try to figure out what, we're sorting through all this bullshit, right?
Forge, F-O-R-G-E.
Thank you. Okay, and then the Palmetto is your, was the other checking account?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who was he? So you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir. No. What did he tell you? Where he's
I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Beaufort, but I never.
I mean, okay, like, duh, this is like multiple layers of hearsay, but also vague, objection vague. I mean, it's just that, just like with, right, with like the, like on the 911 call when they're like, who were the people that were threatening Paul? And he's like, too many people to name. It's like the same type, just who shot you? He was a nice looking guy, 30 to 35. I mean, it's the same type of shit, right?
No, sir. I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys. So I don't know. That's what it
sounds like they're trying to make it seem real, right? That any of this is true with the drugs, in my opinion.
Would you ever give anybody else money for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could buy pills from.
Mm-hmm.
What? But it doesn't answer the question. Who's Kenny Hughes? He's a guy I called up.
Had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I have no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
Both.
Okay. Did you pay anybody else?
No, sir.
So it was just Curtis Smith and Kenny Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Sure about that? Think about it.
In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had
on Dick's suggestion.
Lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
And who's that?
Barbara Mixon. But that was on a very, very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, that was.
Here's what I want you guys to think about. We have no evidence, again, that he actually bought pills from Eddie Smith or that Eddie Smith sold him pills. We also have no evidence that Alex took pills. I want you guys to think about this. Again, the only evidence we have is from Alex's mouth that A, he bought pills from Curtis Eddie Smith, and that B, that he had an addiction. Now, when other people say, like, for example, PMPED people, when they testified, yeah, we know he had a pill problem, that's because he told them, oh, we're going to get there, super planner girl. What about little Detective Paul? We have to think about this carefully because we're going to get there. That comes up in this video. But remember, Paul is looking for him having little bags of pills. You guys have to remember, just because he has them doesn't mean he's taking them. Okay. Like, here's the thing. And we're going to hear something here in a second. This is Papa that's going to bring this out. Like, all we know is that he told people he had an addiction And we know that there were pills found in his computer bags of pills. They don't sound like wheelie barrow loads or freight train loads, for one thing. But more importantly, what evidence do we have as to his behavior from everybody who knew him? He was running around like a tornado. They called him the Tasmanian devil. He was up all night. He was bouncing around this net. It sounds like he had untreated ADHD, for one thing. There is never any testimony of ever anyone seeing him take a pill or him acting the way that people act when they're on painkillers. Have y'all ever known anyone who's been on painkillers? Have y'all ever taken them? What is that like? From what I understand, it is not at all what we have had described to us by him. He sounds the exact opposite. His behavior also doesn't jive. Downers, exactly. Yes, OxyContin, downers. His behavior also doesn't even jive with addict behavior at all. They put you to bed. That's what they are supposed to do. That's why they're called downers. They put people to, exactly. So you guys keep that in mind when we are talking about people are assuming because he says so, or because there were pills found, that means he's taking them. We have to remember that there's, nausea, difficulty moving. Thank you guys. I appreciate this. Yes. And we're going to hear some more things in a minute that are going to, brain fog, certainly not conducive to being a mastermind. Like, how the hell would he have kept up with all this? It's hard to imagine how he kept up with all this, even without any type of pill. Like, the amount of balls he had to keep moving in the air, it's unfathomable. All of this, I agree with. How did he win big cases strung out all the time? 100%. He went everywhere, and all the trips with his family. Y'all, everybody knows somebody that either has had struggles with this or, is somewhere. It would have been evident in his behavior. Like, he would have, and then of course, here it is. Everyone finds out, oh, he's had this issue for decades and no one knew it. No. So tennis girl gets stuff done. That's interesting. Okay. I could be wrong, but just from my understanding is that it usually makes people, someone would have, I think someone would have known, and it's just every description. It sounds like everybody was blindsided, right? Like, his best friend in the world, Chris Wilson, was completely blindsided by the drugs, just as he was with the financial crimes. Everyone's like, what? That's just, what addict do you know who's like, yeah, guys, just so you know, I've been an addict for decades and you never knew it. That never in the history of the world has that ever happened. Because everybody figures it out eventually, in not that long, right? Cheney. So yes. Okay, let's keep going.
On very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. So the .38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house.
When did you pick it up?
When I went up there that day.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him.
And let me say this, maybe.
Hold on, I got one more question. Does Randy have any knowledge of this?
Does Randy have any knowledge of what?
Of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I have told I told both my brothers and my son
When?
very recently.
Yesterday, right?
When was it, Jeff?
Yesterday. After we told him we're coming here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week, previously?
No.
Absolutely not. I lied to him too.
No, Alec told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to Alec, and he had called Buster, John Marvin, and Randy after I spoke with him at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
We didn't advise him to do that. We're trying to.
And before that, I told them the same lies that I told you.
Now, here's an important thing. Since the shooting, have you talked to the shooter?
Here's the important
Yeah.
thing.
Okay, tell them about those calls.
I'm not sure. I was in the very beginnings of my detox, and I can just see where I tried to call on the phone, and I know I talked to him, but I don't have it.
Did you call him or did he call you?
I called him.
Okay, but you don't remember what he said.
I don't.
Do you remember what you told him?
No, sir.
And this is when you were in the hospital in Savannah?
No, this is when I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since because you went to detox.
Let me ask you this, Agent Kelly, has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital additionally in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah.
When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
But you know what? Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
On second
Randy
thought,
said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't.
hang on, Katie, because we're about to get
I
to.
don't, but I'll tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin, you will do just about anything to make them quit. And probably was calling him for that purpose.
To get pills.
Probably.
All right.
Did y'all catch that? Let me rewind that just a sec here.
When I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since because you went to detox.
Let me ask you this, Agent Kelly, has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital additionally in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah.
When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
But you know what? Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
Randy said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't remember calling Curtis.
I don't, but I will tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin.
First of all, I will tell you from past experience. I'll start with two main points here briefly. Not current experience. He's supposed to currently be in detox. He's supposed to currently be going through detox. People, he said past experience. Second of all, he didn't say my past experience. And I think it was earlier in the call. It's either earlier in the call or later in the call, or maybe it was earlier in the testimony, but he testified to the way that he would get drugs from, there was some other person he would get drugs from besides Curtis, and the way he did it was he told the person it was for one of his clients who'd been in an accident and had these catastrophic injuries and wasn't able to get a prescription immediately or whatever, and it was for them. So here he is saying, I know that from previous experience that when withdrawals begin, you'll do anything to make them stop. And I believe it was just earlier in this phone call, like I said, if we tie together these bits of truth from the phone call, we can see this. And I started to see this picture come together as I was putting this video together, that it is more likely to me that he was getting small quantities of pills, maybe not even from Curtis, and maybe, who knows, maybe he was actually getting small quantities of pills and giving them to clients. Maybe they were paying him for them or whatever. But to me, that is more likely than him taking them, because his behavior never reflects what I would expect from someone who's A, an addict, or B, taking downers, right? So, and this phrasing, all this phrasing is weird. Yes, the phrasing is very weird. And then he says, probably. I want to get to the next part that I keep mentioning, because I want Janie to be able to catch this before she leaves, because it's coming right up. The part I keep referring to that I can't wait for y'all to see. But I wanted to just say that. So yeah.
You would do just about anything to make him quit, and probably was calling him for that purpose.
To get pills.
Probably.
All right. So you don't know where the gun is at?
Just weird.
No, sir.
But you last saw it in Curtis Smith's possession.
I gave it to him, yes, sir.
All right.
It's like the type of thing where he knows that if he says, he knows that if he says, I know from previous experience that when withdrawals happen, that people are going to assume he's referring to himself. But he knows people are going to do that, right? But what if you don't make assumptions and you listen to what he's saying?
You were writing the checks to Curtis were Bank of America and Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
All right, and the funds, where were those funds coming from?
Well, that's maybe an area we don't want to talk about, but just let's say the bulk of them were not legitimately obtained.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be coy. It's just that, Mr. Murdaugh is independently wealthy, so
Not anymore.
Well, I understand that, but I think it's a pertinent question. So
look, he was independently wealthy, but there's a significant amount of money missing from clients in the law firm.
Okay. So the money came from ill-gotten gains? Is that what?
Some of it. Most, I would say the majority of it.
Yay, Kidsmas, you're just in time.
I use my own personal funds too.
Something big is happening soon.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
so happy you're here.
I was buying so many.
I was buying so many.
All right, so just let me get this straight. So you entered into did you pay Curtis any money for this?
No, sir.
You didn't pay him anything, so you just asked of a favor and he did it?
Yes, sir.
That's a great favor.
And
look at the way Poot is sitting there, y'all. Look at Poot.
So,
look at him Putin.
And these checks that you were paying to Curtis, I mean, they were pretty significant, right?
Yes, sir.
So Pooty.
But and when was the last time? I know. I mean, I'm not trying to get you to when was the last time you made a payment to Curtis? Was it before the shooting?
It would have been.
Love it. Love it.
I mean, not like right before the shooting. But
yeah.
I'm so excited. It's coming right up. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Okay. Did you remember how much you paid him?
No, sir. I think the last few times I paid him were all in check, and I was trying to, see him as little as possible.
All right. Now let me ask you this: do you owe money to any drug dealers?
coming right up.
So there's not a threat out there that we need to worry about for Buster.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so the money that you were paying to Curtis to get money from his dealer or his supplier, you were paid in full in those payments. So there's no outstanding debt that we need to worry about.
No, sir.
Hey, Ryan, that's assuming that Curtis passed all the money along.
Well, no,
Oh
I understand.
God,
I understand, and
Oh, Kit Smits, we're listening to this phone interview with law enforcement with SLED. This is the one when he's supposedly in rehab or whatever. We're about to get to a moment that I referred to earlier in the video. I know you weren't here. That I said is when a lot of people are, I've talked about how I didn't want to completely directly answer my theory yet on where I think certain things are, like the guns, the weapons, the money, the clothes, whatever. There's a lot of questions that I've said, well, wait, I want to wait until a certain point because instead of telling you, I'd rather show you. That moment is coming right up. So, yeah.
well,
I think a lot of things will click.
So, to the best of your knowledge, you don't owe anybody.
No, sir.
Okay.
And Jim, Putin and Jim are both there.
So.
Yeah, right in time
the
is
money
right.
that you paid him, you don't remember how much you paid him,
Yes.
but it was for pills, and you're saying that you didn't pay him at all.
Kit Smits, you've missed a lot. It would be worth going back to watch, but don't go anywhere right now. You can you can rewatch the beginning part later. So you are right in time, but yes, we've talked about a lot. Yes.
For him to shoot you.
That's correct.
Now, I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I understand.
And I know that, whether you did or you didn't, it really doesn't have that much of a difference. So I'm not gonna, but
it doesn't.
I appreciate you're being forthcoming and you're making every attempt to be honest at this point. But so,
well done.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you did not make any financial payment to Curtis to have him shoot you.
No, I did not.
Okay, but you entered into a verbal agreement with him to set up a scheme where he would shoot you. It would be a suicide set up as a robbery homicide. And you doing so was in order for your son to get your life insurance policy.
I don't know about a robbery, but everything else is true.
Hold on. So let me say this to you. There's a.
I think Jim was getting a phone call.
For 10 years. Suicide.
No, I've had a policy.
No, I understand that policies. I mean, what is the policy with? Where's it at?
Right here. This is a good part.
I don't know.
Who's the policy with? I don't know.
Okay. Did you
ever had one?
Did you intend to have that paperwork in the Mercedes, like the will and all that information? Was that left in there intentionally?
Well, I've been down to meet with some lawyers about some things, and it was in there from that
Who do you mean?
day before. I can't call her name now. My Buster's girlfriend's employers, Kathy Olivetti.
Yeah. And you're meeting with them about why did you have wills?
Just getting things cleaned up.
Everything is so vague, right?
I've been down and met with him one time before, and
I had been meeting with some people about some things.
A 2-year statutory ban on any suicide exclusion. In other words, if you have the policy more than 2 years, you can commit suicide and still collect.
Yep.
Okay. So irrelevant because there was never a policy. No one cares.
Now,
shut up, Dick.
What he thought really doesn't matter, but he may have thought.
Yeah.
There'd been a problem.
Shut up, Dick.
Okay. But you still entered into an agreement, basically, to have him kill you, so your son would then reap the insurance benefits. And
yeah.
Okay.
You in? Al, is that true?
yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so how did you get the knife?
Abby, I
your
hope you're
knife?
okay.
You know, I think that Eddie gave it to me. Curtis Eddie Smith gave it to me.
Okay. And then how did you make the tire flat?
I just stuck it.
So you punctured the tire with the knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Eddie gave you the knife. You took the knife and punctured the tire.
That's correct.
And then what did you do with the knife?
Threw it.
Threw it where?
We're getting there. We're so close, guys.
I
Jamie,
believe across the road.
wait 1
but I'm not
minute.
absolutely positive.
Okay, but you
Wait,
threw it,
1
you
minute.
disposed of it in the area of where the Mercedes was parked?
I think I threw it across the road.
Maybe
from
less
where
than a
it was parked.
Okay. Do you know if they disposed of the gun out there?
I do not know.
Okay. Was that gun registered to anybody?
Probably.
Probably to who?
Should have been. I believe that I purchased it, so I believe it would be registered to me.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
No, sir.
Of course he doesn't. Doesn't know
Who would
anything.
you purchase it? You
I got no idea.
know?
Yeah, just wait a second. I think it's the next.
You don't have Curtis Eddie's phone number?
Sir?
You have Curtis Eddie's phone numbers?
If y'all have them, we'd love to get them.
Yeah.
I'll just skip past this part with the phone number because I have it redacted anyway.
Phone number?
Save a little bit of time if I can skip past that phone number bit.
Yeah, I got a cell number.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
And the home number.
All right. Alex, did you ever have any dealings with anybody else besides Eddie? Any of his friends,
Don't go anywhere,
family,
Jamie.
girlfriend?
I mean, I knew who his girlfriend was, but I never had any dealings with her about pills.
Who's his girlfriend?
A lady named Donna Eason. I don't know her very well, but I've just helped her with a couple of little legal issues over the years.
Okay.
But she never was involved in the exchange of pills or money.
Okay. Is there a property up in Hugie?
Listen,
A property where?
In Hugie, up 41. Do you guys own any property up there?
listen, y'all. Here we go.
Yes, sir. And out of Charleston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I owned with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
Okay, we're pausing this real quick. This is September. He asked him if there's a piece of property, and Eddie Smith has been up there digging some ditches for him. And when did it start? It started in the past couple of months. So a couple of months ago, since this is now September. Hold on, we got more coming. Replay.
There's a piece of property that I owned.
Yes, everybody
with a
fucking
bunch
missed
of
this, you guys.
people
Wait,
that
wait.
Nobody else. would
Everyone
pay,
missed
and
it.
I've been paying for it, and he did some.
Yes,
work
since
up
June,
there
yes.
Digging some ditches.
Wait, it gets worse. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait
When did
for
he
it.
do that?
Wait for it.
He started
Wait
within the
for it.
last couple of months.
Wait for it. Y'all.
And that property, where's it at in Hugie? Just
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
Everyone missed it.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
Hey, Ron, we're gonna have to jump here in just a minute.
Okay.
Down here in just a minute.
What do y'all
All
think?
right, Alex, is there anything else that we're missing, that we're not asking you?
Like, in regards to what? Not that I can think of, but, like, what are you thinking?
I was just kind of leave that open-ended. Like I said, I'm not trying
Are
to
you guys
be-
okay?
Like, I'm not involved.
Are you guys alive? Did you guys see the tractor? Do we want to see it again? Are y'all okay? um Bye, Janie. I've considered driving out there. We're going to do a deep dive on this property. Don't worry. I've got all kinds of stuff pulled, like, that I've got ready to go for that. See again. Okay. And I'm going to do it again without the ticker because I forgot to get the ticker down. I want to see it again also because it's my favorite thing. So let's see it again.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I owned with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
Oh, hold on. This was the first one. Replay. Well, let's watch it again. It's worth it.
There's a piece of property that I owned with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
Not fence holes. Let's
do
be
that?
clear. Not fence holes, not digging ditches. It's unfortunate that the next question isn't why, but whatever. When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
And that property, where's it at in Hughie? Just
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
okay.
I think it's called
Exactly,
Redbeard
Candace.
and
Exactly.
0 United Drive.
All right. The X there on the map shows where I'm going to right here. Where I had that X. This is the little pathway that leads to that runoff pond as well. This is where this tractor is. Yeah, there's not that many mentions of Redbeard, but you know, it's funny because, and I remember Emily saying the same thing. It was mentioned only like 3 times maybe prior to now, but at the time I would always be like, what the fuck? What is this Redbeard? Like, I just had this instinct that there's something about Redbeard. And I remember Emily saying the same thing. She's like, I want to know more about Redbeard, but like, that sounds like a whole other wormhole. Good question. Sarah Planner Girl asked a good question. Is that the address? This is that address. You mean 0 United Drive? 0 United Drive is not an address, though it sounds like it. It's actually a company, like, or they've named it that, like, and also, like, basically none of this stuff has addresses. Like, this property has no addresses. His mom's house has no addresses, and you'll see, we'll be working on that one later. You might be wondering how the hell I found them, and it was a lot of it was fun. It was like it took a little bit of like detectiving or whatever. but we're going to go over that probably on the next video. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm working on with that, but the process was really fun. I had to find these not based on address, but based on deed records, because there's like the way they do like plots of land. Mind you, this is hundreds of thousands of acres, okay, of tracts of land. And they're listed not by address, but by a plot number. And you can find that. You can find record of who owned it and who purchased it. It's like a treasure hunt. Yes, yes, treasure hunt. Yes, exactly. And I know Kit Smith said she was going to go down there. Here's what I think about this. And I think I mentioned this in my little description of the video. I think that Alex said this for the same reason that nobody else has mentioned this. No one caught it. I don't even think law enforcement caught it. Because let me just say this, guys. Yeah, latitude and longitude is one way they're done, but there's another way that they're done. It's like specific to land plots. But let me just say this. When I heard this for the first time, when this trial was going on and I was listening, I was replaying the trial from the day. This was in the evening. I was like coming home from the grocery store. Okay. I was listening to this day live when it happened, right? But same day, but later, right? So replay. And I was listening to it. And I remember this. I can tell you exactly. I'll never forget it. I was sitting in my driveway listening to it. I hadn't made the move to get out of the car because I didn't want the Bluetooth to disconnect. I was so riveted, I couldn't get out of the car. I was just listening to this trial, the interview, this phone call interview. And I remember when it said this part about the ditches. I didn't know what Redbeard was, of course. I just heard the part about the ditches. And I freaked out and I paused it and I rewound it. I thought I must have imagined it and I heard it again. And I was like, what are they going to do next? What are they going to do next? Oh my God, this is insane. This is insane, you know? And I was like, so excited. And then I kept listening and I was like, what? Hold on, what? Like, we're not going to follow up on that? Driveway moment, exactly. And I kept listening and waiting for them to fall. And then it dawned on me, and it's the same thing I said now, which is, of course they didn't fall. He knew there was just so much shit. Like, we are already at the millionth trial within a trial here. It's like another wormhole, another rabbit hole. Like, I thought to myself, of course they didn't fall, because the human brain can only take so much. They're already trying to sift through this nonsensical story with a murder, suicide for hire, and all this. There's so many layers of shit and so much like, it wouldn't have been reasonable to assume that they could just go down this other wormhole, this other rabbit hole. Like, I call it wormholing, you know, like brain can't compute, right? And there's so much other shit, right? And it's the same reason everybody else missed it. How many people have studied this trial and watched the trial? And I've not heard anybody mention any of this. I've not seen anybody show a picture of Redbeard. I've not ever seen it. And maybe someone has, but I haven't seen it. And law enforcement didn't follow up, apparently. And it's the same reason he said it, because, like, I keep thinking, am I the one person on the planet who's, like, you know, going to go treasure hunting at Redbeard? But, like, I don't know, guys. But that's what I think. I think it was just, there was already so much. And I have to say, we've got I have way more cool stuff planned when it comes to going to Almeda and stuff. There's, like, so much more stuff to come. But that was one of the big things to me in terms of where is the stuff. So, yeah. But keep in mind with those pictures, again, that's hundreds of thousands of acres in the middle of nowhere. So, okay, but let's keep going. And by the way, all the stuff with the train is going to really come full circle. And no one else has really pointed that out either. But there's some moments that we will get to here when we get to the next witness that are, like, going to be other bombshell moments. I promise you guys that too.
Hey, Ron, we're going to have to jump here in just a minute.
Okay.
Shut it down here in just a minute.
All right. Alex, is there anything else that we're missing that we're not asking you?
Like, In regards to what? Not that I can think of, but like, what are you thinking?
I was just kind of leaving that open-ended. Like I said, I'm not trying to get, I'm not involved in the other aspects of whatever other investigations.
All the other crimes.
We're keeping those separate. So you communicated with Curtis. You would communicate with him over cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many phones do you have, Alex?
At the time.
I had one phone.
I mean, anything could be out there too, right?
1227 was my primary
Awesome.
phone.
Super planner girl. I love that. I love that you've taken 4 pages of notes. And there's still so much more to come too, but that's awesome. I'm so glad you did that. And I love that because I know you're using super cool pens as well.
Yeah, then I have to download that phone, Ryan. You know, when SLED started focusing on Alex, that he's a target, we started doing our own work. So I took possession of that and sent it to a guy to download, and he had to get a separate phone, and that was that other number. And then y'all seized both of those, that's my understanding.
All right, and then he's got a third phone that he got prior to going to the treatment center.
Yeah, from Walmart, burner phone.
Okay. What is his extended? What's your expected length of treatment there in Alpharetta?
Well, it's unclear right now, but he'll go from here into rehab at some point. We'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I still think he's still there and locally.
So anytime obviously this is, so you've identified Curtis Smith as the individual who shot you. And y'all entered into an agreement, so y'all kind of were hand in hand in this.
Very much so.
And he never tried to talk you out of it?
I don't know. No, sir. I don't think he did.
Okay. Did anybody know about this plan besides you and Curtis?
No.
Okay. All right.
And if you're all about done, let me put this on the record. Alex, did you tell us the truth? I just want to make sure Ryan understands him and leading him on when.
No, I did not tell anybody the truth until, was it yesterday?
Yep.
Until yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
I've been really, really sick, and it's really the first day where I had any coherent thought process.
Right, exactly. Because Super Planner Girl has a good point here. This has only been like one day. And this is September 7th. The side of the road was the 4th. So, I mean, if anyone was taking that many pills, they wouldn't be alive. But yes, even if he was just detoxing.
And I sincerely apologize.
Even his attorneys at the beginning of the phone call said he was of clear mind. His attorneys said that.
Yes, sir. And you have no idea where the gun is?
I do not.
Now, you're right-handed, right?
I'm right-handed.
Okay, and you did not shoot yourself, correct?
I did not shoot myself.
Did you? Were there? And what was the plan for Curtis to follow you out there, and you would immobilize your vehicle? So did he stop?
Also, real quick, the thumbnail. The picture of Alex in the thumbnail that I took was a still. One of you guys actually mentioned it. It was around that same time where we were the part with the ditches and the red beard and his brow was like furrowed or whatever. It's from that moment. And then, but the background picture is coming up later on in this video. You guys will see why it's important. So in terms of, me putting together my thumbnails now that I can, if I'm not using the EDB background, I can kind of do that in a different way. I I'm putting together things that are going to tie together my ideas for the episode or what's significant. Like I put a lot of thought into the thumbnail. Let me just put it that way, because this was a really important episode. And also, how do you guys like it so far without EDB, using the regular court TV stream? Let me know if you guys are, what your thoughts are. If you think it's easier here, if you miss her commentary, I won't be offended, promise, because she's the best. Let me know your thoughts on that as well, since this is the first one we've done without any EDB as well.
To make it fly, for you to give you the knife first? I mean, how did that play? Because, you got the knife from Curtis. When did you get the knife from him?
I think I got it from him when I gave him the gun.
Okay, when you were at the Sunoco?
No, we didn't do it then. That's when.
Okay, when you pulled off the side of the road in Salkehatchie?
Shortly after we made the turn onto Salkehatchie, we stopped and did a quick exchange.
Okay, so you stopped, pulled over the side of the road, stuck the tire. Where was Curtis at when you were disabling the tire?
I believe he was going past me.
Okay, so he turned around, and where were you when he turned around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would have been on the side of the road, I think.
Okay, so did he pull up, kind of like what you said, just past your car?
That's basically the way I told you it happened.
Thanks for the feedback, guys.
Except it was arranged by me.
Okay, so as you turned around and turned your back to him, about how far do you think you were from the car?
I don't know, 4 or 5 feet.
Okay, 4 or 5 feet. And did you just stand there and wait for him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming he just fired once?
Yes, sir.
And then you fell to the ground.
Look at Pooh again. Pooh's cracking me up. He's so pooty.
I'm still not positive about that part, but I did lose my vision for about a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
Okay.
He's been consistent about that part.
And why weren't you truthful with us when this initially happened?
But you see what I mean, guys? Like, you can see when you hear these questions, they're still trying to follow. Every single one of these questions is like, it shows how everything that about the story is implausible. You can see why they couldn't start going down this rabbit hole, right? Like, of the Redbeard ditches. It's like, oh, that's like a whole other fucking rabbit hole. And Poot's just fucking cracking me up. He's like, he's like an old leprechaun or something. I don't even know how to describe it, or gremlin. That's what I'm looking for. Like, kind of like a gremlin.
I don't have a good reason. Bad place.
Okay.
You guys can see Gigi McKelvey. Actually, I forgot you can see her clear in different points in this. But yeah, if I point her out, maybe you'll know where to look for her. But right under the X in examination, under the X in examination up top, that's Gigi McKelvey of Pretty Lies and Alibis. She has on a black jacket. She's got a gold necklace and like a burgundy or like a maroon shirt and glasses. That's Gigi McKelvey. Yeah. So now y'all can be looking for her. His head is cut off, I believe, in the banner thingy. But I always freaking forget his name. What's his name? Michael DeWitt of the Hampton. Oh God, what's it? Hampton something. He's one of the people that writes on Murdaugh a lot. Michael DeWitt, y'all probably know this. He's over there as well near Gigi.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I know our time's
so is
short.
Joe McCullough. He's over there also.
And Ryan, I'll call you from the car once we get out of here in just a couple minutes, and then I'll call you while we're driving back to the airport.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Incidentally,
right,
to that lady there who's right beside Alex, we see a lot of her. She's the paralegal, Poot's paralegal, and she's the one. I believe it's the one because she's very involved. I believed that she's the one who did the affidavits we hear a lot about with the juror interviews, right? And she ends up like can't remember the juror number specifically, but for one of the jurors who didn't want to use her own affidavit, she allowed, what's her name? Holly something. She allowed the paralegal to do the affidavit and like sign it. Anyway, I think that's who that is. Just for context there as well. Super Planner Girl is saying that I was right about Ryan Kelly holding it together beautifully. Yeah, 100%. Hats off to him for that. Well done, sir, because yeah. And they gave him that short time limit as well, right? Poot and Jim were like, here's the conditions. We're going to conduct the first part of the interview and you've got like, what, 20 minutes. Good luck. And that's the other thing too, right? When I think about it, that time limit, put a restraint on it. That's the other thing, right? As to maybe why they couldn't follow up with any more about Redbeard. But yeah, that would have derailed the whole thing. That would have derailed the whole thing.
So let's see, we'll finish this. We are finishing the recording with
Alex wanted
Richard Murdaugh, his attorneys Dick Harpoolian and Jim Griffith, and Special Agent Ryan Kelly, Special Agent Joe Marabayalde. It is now 4:58 on Monday, September 13th. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, when we
Kelly, is that the complete conversation that you had with?
Sorry, Creighton. When we think too about him being like a Moriarty, I really think, you know, we always say like with these lies that he tells, there's always nuggets of truth. I mean, think about like a Moriarty, right? Again, if he's like playing 4D chess with himself, because he's bored with everybody else or whatever, that it kind of makes sense how like you might like throw something out like that, right? The ditches in Redbeard, just to see if they'll even pick up on it because there's so much other shit, right? You know, like almost as like, I mean, I don't know. I just have the feeling he knew they couldn't go down that rabbit hole. Again, maybe it was just because it was just too many details or just they had that time constraint. But in my mind, it makes sense again, because I keep saying it, but like everybody missed it. Everybody missed it. So that shows that it would be reasonable for someone to assume that one would miss it, right? In the midst of all the other chaos. The other chaos is so distracting, right? Like you can't, these stories that sound just impossible with all the, I mean, everything about this case, right? So.
Alex Murdaugh on September 13th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that conversation, over the course of the 911 call, the ambulance, the multiple interviews
so
at the
silly.
hospital, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention or identify Curtis Edward Smith at all until his lies about the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders at Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Harpoolian?
Your Honor, I understand we have a 4:30 cutoff. You just want me to go as far as I can go?
The Poots Cross, y'all, buckle up. It's rude as fuck. It's going to get really spicy.
I don't, this is going to take a while. And
Poot. I will say it doesn't take a while. It's not like a long cross, but it is a really spicy cross. It is. Poot really sees this witness as a damning witness for them. I will say that much. Like, if you recall, like the previous witness was David Owens, and Jim had a really strong cross. It was Jim's best cross, I would say. And then we have Poot here with Ryan Kelly. Poot really hates, I mean, he really pushes it, I would say, and gets in trouble. Like, but you can tell he's really does not like this witness for them. So I'm just reading. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Super Planner Girl, about him being paid. I don't know when you typed that. I guess you're saying he knew he was all paid up. Like he didn't owe anybody money. I'm not quite sure, but I mean, he paid Eddie. So he said, yeah, I mean, right. Well, yes. I mean, the whole thing's just made up because we know he was cashing those checks. Eddie wasn't getting that money. So yeah, the whole thing is made up, right? Like it's not, nobody was getting paid. The money was being cashed and given back to Alex. We have to keep that in mind because it's so easy to keep thinking he paid Eddie, right? Because it's like that. It's kind of like the Bahamas thing. We've all heard it. It all seems like we've all accepted it, but we have to remember Eddie wasn't getting paid that money.
I would suggest perhaps maybe one adjourn.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Which, of course, that's the other thing. The fact that he wasn't getting paid that money also speaks to the fact that the unlikelihood of him buying drugs from Eddie Smith, right? I mean, the whole thing is just, Alex always makes one thing up to cover up something else. I think he made up the drug thing for a number of reasons, right? But he had to try to explain where all the money went, blah, blah, blah. I think it was also, he had to explain why the fuck he was writing these checks to Eddie Smith. And rather than explaining that he was money laundering, he said the thing about the drugs. Okay, it looks like Super Planner Girl's out. I thank you for being here, though. I'm glad you were here. I hope you can pop back in later, but if you can't, Super Planner Girl, love that you were here. Thank you so much for taking your notes. And hopefully you have a great night.
So let's see if we can do this quickly. Is that okay with you? It is Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. You are is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigate, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So, did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but at the
Okay.
time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me.
But you've looked at him since then?
Since then.
So you would agree with me he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head?
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand, it's a portion.
Yes, sir.
But it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objection?
Objection, Rule 801.
Well, let me ask you this question.
All right, guys. All right. So Rule 801. I think it's interesting here. Kate Creighton, this is the only time I've seen it this way. He lodges his objections here with the actual number instead of saying what it is, which is interesting. I don't know why it's only with this witness, but Rule 801 is hearsay. So you might say, why is it hearsay? Well, because what is hearsay? As we've said before on this previous episode here, hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And it's not just words, it's documents, right? So here he's got in his hands, Pooh has just offered to him what Pooh is saying it's his medical records, right? But they have not been authenticated. In other words, every document technically is hearsay. How does it get in? It has to be authenticated because it was a statement made outside of court. Anything that's written is a statement outside of court, right? So in other words, Poot's saying, here, these medical records, well, they have to be authenticated. Someone has to say, these are what he says they are. So that's why Creighton lodged the hearsay objection, because that's an issue unless someone can authenticate it. So that's what they're dealing with right now.
Maybe just make it easy. who subpoenaed and got these records? Did SLED?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us or told deputies on the side of the road and based what he stated on 911 that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
This is really funny here in
I'm
sec
not a
to
doctor,
trying
I'm a
to
SLED agent,
pronounce.
so I have a general understanding of the terms on the
Did he have
page.
does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I can read it. If it says,
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think. Left posterior peritoneal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means?
No.
What's a subdural hematoma?
Obviously, it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head, so it's
It would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior peritoneal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left peritoneal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to.
I know,
I'm
right?
not a doctor.
Varietal, yeah.
Furrow is,
It's
I
a
can only
laceration.
testify what it states on the
Okay.
page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation.
Correct.
So
It's
radiologist looked and saw a brain bleed, saw a
Varietal.
subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they
Okay.
determined happened,
Okay.
we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Have you ever told anybody that, specifically the Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned
Okay.
that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay,
We're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The
Well,
simple
certainly.
question was.
Like I said, guys, this gets really fiery, but also there is some confusion about the head wound, right? Because I don't actually recall that they found a bullet. They didn't find the gun. And I remember, I think it was actually Super Planner Girl. It's unfortunate she's gone, but he kept asking about the gun. And she mentioned that Ryan Kelly seemed kind of like obsessed about the gun. I think there's a reason for that. I think they don't believe he was shot. And I think part of that is because the gun was never recovered, but the knife was. Alex is like, I don't know whose gun it was. I don't know where it came from. I don't know anything about the gun. I don't know, blah, blah. He tells people it's a shotgun, right, initially, and then blah, blah. It's a this and that. I don't think there was actually a bullet recovered at all, like I said. There was just a wound on the head, and then they're just speculating, and he says he was shot. Just like with everything else, they're like, oh, he was shot, so then it has to be he was shot. And so then the other difficulty comes because then he tells people he was shot, and then he goes to the hospital. They believe he was shot. And so there's been some confusion about the medical records because I remember, I think it might have been Mandy Matney, but somebody did some reporting on the fact that some of that might have been actually like diagnosed before he'd been really looked at based on what he told them, which would make sense, right? Take him at his word. It's Alex Murdaugh. He tells them he has this. So they're like, yeah, no wonder, right? I mean, everyone believed him. And, but I remember there was some discussion about maybe it wasn't that bad. And part of the reason is because his recovery was really quick. And I remember something like, it was very soon after this happened, after the side of the road happened, it was like less than a month. He did have to appear in court because they did pick him up and he was arrested for the murders right after this whole thing. They picked him up in Florida and he had his first court appearance. It was not long after the side of the road, a couple weeks, less than a month. And the court cameras are behind him and you can see the back of his head. And there's not even any hair missing from where they had to have shaved it at the time in order to get a closer look. Like it's fully healed, hair's grown back by that point. And I remember Mandy Matney kind of pointing that out, and like they did like a close-up of it and you can see it. His head's like, and I remember it might have been Mandy Matney again suggesting, but that it really seemed more like he maybe took a rock and like hit himself in the back of the head, right? But that would explain why Ryan Kelly was so persistent asking about the gun, because I think Ryan Kelly doubted that there was a gun involved at all, unless it was the gun that Alex was planning on shooting Curtis Eddie Smith, right? Cousin Eddie. But I think, in other words, he doubts that Alex was even shot. That's why this part here matters with this discussion, because you have to listen really carefully to the questions and the answers, because Poot's saying, did you tell people Alex was shot? And basically he's saying yes, because that's what the records said to him at the time. Like, in other words, he doesn't believe Alex was shot, but he told people that the records indicated that, if that makes sense. Again, it's kind of like the little details there.
Was he shot in the head? And you see, I'm not sure until just now you said, yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes, he
so
was
we
shot
agree
in the
on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay.
Jeez.
Now I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127. Are these photographs consistent with what you saw Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No. This first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these
This image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. The photo you indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance, where he gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
Which we've listened to.
Yes, yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on. And who took this picture?
This picture I did not take any pictures, so I believe it may have been, it was Agent Rebecca Gregg who was accompanying me to Savannah.
And is that an accurate depiction of what his skull looked like at the hospital?
Correct.
And you noticed blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and kill the animal, please.
Y'all, I hate that. Did you hear him? He said, go ahead and kill the Elmo. Why do you have to kill the Elmo? I love the Elmo. Rude.
Now, as I understand it, after he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
This part, y'all, this is what I was referring to earlier. He doesn't buy that Alex was anywhere. This is what I was saying. I think Alex was local still and lying. They were trying to come up with his story. And Ryan Kelly doesn't buy any of this either.
Mr. Harpootlian.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is,
Pose the question, you must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpootlian, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
Right.
consent was asked. No consent was given. So,
Okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent, he's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he was willing to talk to you once he was competent to do so. Isn't that correct?
that's the information you relayed to me. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing is, right, with this whole drug thing, we never heard peep about when did we hear this for the first time? When did anyone hear about the drug story for the first time? It was September 4th, same day as the side of the road. Again, Alex had this all planned out, right? And then what does he do? He uses it as a reason to buy himself time before he has to explain it. I'm in detox. I'm detoxing. I'm sick. I'm ill. I can't talk. Buys himself time where he's somewhere at an undisclosed location with his attorneys for a couple of days while they're getting a story together or what have you. You know, I'm not saying they did anything illegal, technically, whatever, but still, right? It's buying himself time. It's giving himself excuses for where the money went, all this stuff. It's just, all of it is so, all too convenient, right? That he happened to be detoxing. I mean,
And so as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down, we called you.
It's Harpootlian, you can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of, at that point, Mr. Murdaugh had, obviously, the story that he told us was not true, and we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he'd lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But, you know, we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house, so he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at Mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but, I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you, so, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
And his cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made now, I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder, you weren't investigating, I mean, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders, you weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to, in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you know, you set parameters as his attorney, as to what information we would discuss on the call.
I'm not, but he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think, between you and I, he disclosed information, yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he had stolen money, because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his. Did
you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? I mean, certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
I mean, there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge like Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams,
Okay.
myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection sustained.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
There was an objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds for the objection.
401, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why it would apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
The information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has 2 lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone. I'm based on what you've told us. No one threatened him. Y'all
Nobody
were
had a
there
gun to his
representing.
head.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, may it please the court. When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your...
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone be seated, please. What's the nature of the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And he was not advised of Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was. So perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to finish it.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in. Thank you. The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct.
So pausing real quick, a couple things. On the ticker there, side of the road / roadside incident, just hit the 3 digits, 100. It's catching up to the boat wreck, boat crash case ticker. So we've got that at 129. Side of the road's now at 100. Also, for anyone who's listening and maybe not reading the chat, Abby, who is oftentimes here on the live streams, I think maybe every single time, and is in the chat currently. She works at a veterinary clinic, like an emergency clinic. And I was just asking her when she gives the dogs pain meds, if it makes the dogs more hyper or, if it knocks them out. And she says it works the same as with people. I'll pull the comment up actually. It works the same as people. It's a sedative, right? So we were discussing this earlier because Alex's behavior was never indicative of someone who was sedate, as we heard from every single person that testified. So there's that.
The interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th, was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was not till September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview. Is that correct?
Mr. Harpootli had called me on the 13th, and he said, "Hey, we have a short amount of time. We can do this. Can we make it happen?" So we had to make it happen within about 30 minutes notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, that the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes were off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
Right. And that was after he had finished that rehab stint. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes. We took him in custody once on the Almeda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
Well, what you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootli, and when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for charges related to the side of the road?
Yes.
Thank you, Senior Special Agent Kelly. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Just a couple of additional questions. That second time you took him into custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2021.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021? I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so he's been in jail since October 16th.
I don't know why this is relevant.
Objection sustained.
Oh, the objection to relevance.
What opportunity has he had since October 16th of 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity? Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
401 is relevance.
No question, he's been in jail since October 16th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I
The
don't
401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative
Your Honor.
person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
The objection is sustained.
That's not relevant.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you were giving the impression that at that point you still believed him, and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevance? Really?
Let me hear that question again.
You indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
Back to the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
Thank you. Did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Are you a senior special agent?
Yes, sir, I am.
Senior Special Agent Kelly, did you communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you. And
they can object to hearsay.
To Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
He's objecting irrelevant.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
I didn't ask you what else you knew. I asked you.
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
so, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, what are the exhibits I just introduced? Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that's what you explained to me. Again, it was just an excuse to buy time, in my opinion. And
that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you.
Like initially Poot was trying to argue, or the defense was trying to argue, that he wouldn't have been competent because of the head injury being so severe, right? But if that were the case, they wouldn't need this backup excuse of him not being competent immediately because of the detox, right? It's like, again, trying to buy time after this whole incident with A, the head injuries caused him to be disoriented and blah, 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 blah. And B, he is detoxing. It's like, the old saying, like when someone's like late for school and then they give like a million reasons. It's like, yeah, that if you gave one reason, maybe it would be, believable.
Until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you.
Again, those medical records, the doctors would
That's
not.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor.
That's interesting because Poot just conceded. If you, well, let me rewind that. Let me rewind that so y'all can hear that again real quick here.
Till he'd been, there was some hospital records. Maybe I walked away.
I went back a little bit too far. Hold on.
Till he'd been, there was some hospital records.
Right here.
Object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
Could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask him if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now
I
let's
went too
look
far
at
forward.
part of the
Hold on.
records that are
Sorry,
in
guys.
evidence.
Let me go back to the right spot. I'm trying
He had a
to.
head wound, fractured skull.
Okay, right there. Hold
Yes,
on.
yes,
Back
yes.
a little bit further.
When you wanted to see him and you
Here we go.
contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or
Said he
coming off
did.
those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered. Beyond.
So that's the part that's so Poot just concedes to that. He says you would concede that he hadn't been shot in the head, which is really interesting because it's kind of putting, it was almost like a slip of the tongue there, like where, or like a Freudian slip where like it's almost like there's this understanding that he wasn't shot, but they can't come out and really say it, right? Like, but that was Poot almost admitting that by saying you won't concede that he was shot in the head, but that he had a head wound, which is really interesting. I wonder if the jury caught that. But that's like what I was saying earlier. It seems like maybe Alex just like took a rock and hit himself in the back of the head. So Super Planner Girl, you actually just missed that. So she was asking if there's any blood work with the pills. You actually missed that from just a couple minutes ago, actually. But the blood work they did, the hospital had administered opiates to him. So once he got to the hospital, they administered painkillers to him and he tested positive for opiates given from the hospital to him.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors would not.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move
I'd
on?
like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask him if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
Also, real quick, Super Planner Girl, because you missed it from a couple minutes ago. I was asking Abby, who works in a veterinary hospital, that I was asking her, when you give the dogs painkillers, does it make them hyper or does it like knock them out? And so I just pulled up her comment here. She says it works the same as people. It's a sedative. So there you go.
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you?
Did
you ask them?
The testing that was
Did
being
you ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific
Getting
aspects
up
of
in his
Mr.
face, trying
Murdaugh's
to
medical condition.
Poot him
We had to subpoena the records with a
remission.
court order to have access to them.
So
They will not discuss
Yeah,
openly
HIPAA, right?
his
Have you ever
medical
heard of
records
HIPAA,
with
too?
us.
did you ask a doctor? That's repetitive. But if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these
Objection,
records,
annoying.
that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids. Would they not?
They would have told us they.
Well,
Objection sustained.
this is really shitty because Poot just said that in front of the jury, but in the proffer, and Super Planner Girl, you missed it. It was in the proffer just a few minutes ago. They had a proffer about these hospital records. And in the proffer, Poot says, oh, the hospital administered opiates. But here in front of the jury, he says if you had asked them, they would have said he tested positive. And Poot doesn't say it here in front of the jury. He doesn't say that the hospital administered it, but he does in the proffer.
Were you, according to the records and evidence, were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
Once we have subpoenaed
Would you
the,
please
to him by the
answer the yes or no?
once we got the records,
Would
we
you
learned
answer
that
yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
at the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records,
You
through
hold your
court
ground,
order,
Ryan
we were
Kelly.
able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still have, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Like the court's indulgence.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Let me call
This
your
is a
next
great time.
witness.
Everyone who's here, y'all.
Please, court, Your Honor. State calls special.
Okay, you guys, this is not the time to leave for anyone who's here. I know y'all are staying up late and doing all kinds of things, but we're about to hear from the piece de resistance, if you will, Peter Rudofski, and the world's most glorious timeline of all time, known to man. It's a work of art. It's a miracle. It's sexy. Who knew a timeline could be sexy, but this is where, like I said in the description, we're going to go there. We're going to follow in Alex's footsteps this night of June 7th. I can't wait. I'm so excited for this.
Agent Peter Rudofski.
I'm going to take
Special
y'all
Agent
there.
Peter Rudofski, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then ski.
All right, Special Agent Rudofski, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, how are you?
I'm good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position, please.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently.
SLED.
Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST-Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And What has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least, in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when the Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
All right. Stand by for me just real quick. Do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document there that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
All right. And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across.
He's a wizard. He's a document wizard.
And
I don't
as
even
you
know
have,
how he did
how long
this.
you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came
This has
in,
been
new
his
data
life.
has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into
Here
your
we go,
timeline here?
GM.
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has. This is going
Remember-
to be the full timeline.
Remember, we heard when they said what additional data did we get from this from the GM that came in last minute. This is what we were missing. It was the location. Yeah, I know. Cute. I know. Little guy. This is the location data from the Suburban, but it also has other records of phone calls and phone activity that was missing from the other cell phone dumps, right? So we don't just get all these location points, but we get a lot of other stuff with the phones from this GM data.
This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as 519. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th,
2021?
2021.
All right. Now, you mentioned before that you had some training in using the FBI CAS program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call,
Which Friday?
would have been last Friday, from Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year.
Here we go.
No data.
He was the
returned to
one that
us
did the search warrant for
from
that.
OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
Incredible.
All right. And
He
tell
had
the jury
matter
generally
of
what was
days.
that data?
He had a matter of days to incorporate all this new information into his timeline. Incredible.
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was
He
a
must
lot
have
of
not slept
latitude and
at all.
longitude plots. There was speed data in there and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
All right. And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th
Of
of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right. All right. And since that time, have you?
Yeah, I still, I know I said this before, but I wouldn't be surprised if somehow Alex had a hand in that. You know, like we said before in the other episode with this, that this data was, I think it matters so the data was encrypted, and Dwight Falkowski said it was the only time he's ever seen the data encrypted like that. I know I said this before, but for anyone who didn't hear it, he'd never seen it. It was the only time that data was encrypted. And I just have to say, as we know, he took that vehicle, that Suburban, to his friend that does all the shit for the law enforcement vehicles, and he had blue lights installed. We know that. And we know that police vehicles are encrypted. I wonder if he had, when he took that car in, if he had it encrypted, because that would be the only explanation as to why it's encrypted, and they never saw it before in any other vehicle, civilian vehicle. They just don't see it. And so I think that he figured he was in the clear, right? And again, because what does he keep doing all along? He keeps offering this. Once you get the GM data, he keeps offering it over and over again. In that third interview that we watched last episode, it's like over and over again. Once you get this data, because he thinks they're not going to get it, right? So whether or not it was just a coincidence that maybe he didn't know OnStar had all this. Maybe he thinks if it's encrypted that's all that matters, or maybe he, which is possible, or maybe he had a friend, that worked there, and then the friend doesn't work there anymore. So now it's different. Now all that information is available. Who knows? But it wouldn't surprise me at all if he had a hand in that, right?
You downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion.
I have the CAS.
Super Planet Girl asked a good question. When did he do that install? I don't recall that off the top of my head, but that comes up, like, we haven't gotten to that yet in the trial. That comes up, I believe it's on the prosecution's rebuttal. They bring in that, I think the defense opens the door and they get to bring in a witness who testifies to all that. So we will find out.
CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file.
I will say, from what I recall, he hadn't had that vehicle for all of that long, because the law firm technically owned the vehicle. And I recall it was like a newer model. So I think it was fairly recent before the murders and everything, pretty sure.
And it pretty much plots it. And
it wasn't after, I know that.
And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data?
And also, not to mention, it couldn't have been after, because the law enforcement had the vehicle. So I know it was before.
Sources, have you worked or synthesized the data that came from engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C., and he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data the GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
All right. Is this the 524 exhibit we just put into evidence?
That is correct.
All right. And that's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide. And can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right, if your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here and look at the big one. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that were received from GM. These are all 3.
Guys, real quick, I just want to let you know that for the rest of this episode, I'm not going to have the ticker on the bottom or the title at the top because we're going to be having like a lot of images and stuff, but I'll still be updating the ticker if anything, any of the counters happen, but I just won't be showing it.
Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
To point out? This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle House property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Almeda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots. Right. But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury, when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot's going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Almeda, and then you can see Islandton.
All right. Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Almeda property that's been referred to previously. And this is just showing a overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get in some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point in a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
All right, now we're at this slide. What is the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance, and you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021, and this plot is going to be 120647.
Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Right. Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Come on down here, if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow in this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, I'll borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there, is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And right here we see what?
We see June 7th, 2021,
All right. And then-
12:07 and 40 seconds p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property?
Moselle Road coming out of that main gate,
That driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle's traveling.
Okay, so this is us. We just took a right onto Moselle Road. We're headed to work with Alex. June 7th. Now remember, at the time, this road was not paved. But here we go. We're heading down Moselle Road. Doo-doo-doo, doodly-doo. There's that gate there, big entrance. And later on, I'll show you guys on a map there the difference between the two entrances, because they talk about that a lot in the trial, and we don't get to see a whole lot. They show the jury, but we don't get to see it. But we'll go over that. I have that coming up. Going down Moselle Road, doodly-doo. Very nice. It's pretty, isn't it? Just so we can see. Again, this would not have been paved. And it's a skinny road, too. So you imagine at night going down there when it's not paved. Of course, there's lots of wildlife.
All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right.
And Tennis Girl says she's going to be watching on the TV. As far as my theories on the missing items, I think you were here, but I would have to say that the ditches at Redbeard are looking pretty good to me at this moment as to where missing items might be, especially given that the ditches only started happening recently in the past couple months between June and September.
And very quickly, tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top?
That is correct.
All right.
That is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Okay.
That's Godley Farms Road right there on the right-hand side. So like I said, as they say it and talk about it, we're doing it. And that's our next right onto Dobson Road. We're headed to work at the law firm, PMPED. Going down Dobson Road, doo-lee-dee. We're about to take a right onto 63, also called Snyder's Way, Highway. It changes names a couple times, but it's 63. Now it turns into Walterboro Way. We're headed down. Again, it's also called 63. Right here coming up, that's Sakahatchee Road, right there. That intersection, or not right there, that's Sakahatchee. That's why I paused there.
All right, tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
All right. And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The speed again?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
I will say real quick too, as far as my theories on where the guns and shit are, I think it's a two-parter. I think there's a two-parter. And I didn't mention this, Tennis Girl. I should have mentioned this. The first part, as to maybe where they were temporarily, we're coming up on. That's coming up in this video. We haven't gotten there yet. But my plan is to show you instead of tell you, just like I did before, to show you so y'all will see. And then Redbeard would be the step to the two-parter. Now we're taking a right onto, I forget what this is called. Oh, I had a little trouble taking a right there. Oh yeah, it's a different, there's like 263s. So that's the other one. Oh yeah, sorry, it turns into 3rd Street, I believe. And now we're taking a right onto Mulberry Street. We're coming up on the law firm, guys. We're coming up on the law firm near PMPED.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm.
Yes.
And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm.
Because the Almeda
It's
thing is just
12/21/37, and we have no speed associated.
He had a temporary place, I think. Okay, here we coming up on the law firm. Wait till you see how beautiful this is, guys. There it is. I'm even using my cursor to show you guys when I made this. Isn't it pretty, though? Amazing how he ruined it for everybody. It would have been a nice place to work, wouldn't it? Isn't that lovely?
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12/24/06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12/24/06.
Right. Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15 for the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right, PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
it
the
might
speed?
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top?
The top of the screen.
About 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Almeda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, so here I'm showing y'all, like when I was doing this, hold on, let me see if I can pause real quick. Okay, so when I was doing this, I just noticed, look at that, right off of Moselle Road, there's a Murdaugh Avenue. Amazing, right? And there's that Dobson Road, you can see it there where you turn, but I just wanted to show y'all that Murdaugh Avenue part. So now I'm moving back over to the house. There we go. Here, all right, here I am. I believe it's here. Yes, here I am pointing out, I'm pausing real quick, pointing out the two different entrances because they talk a lot about this, but we don't see it. And so as you can see where the blue line is at the top, that's where the kennels are. That's that entrance. They talk about you can either enter or, leave, going that way around the kennels, right? Because they talk about that with all the different witnesses who visited Moselle. And then you can also see the main driveway. I think I'm pointing it out with my arrow when I play it again here. Let me see. Yeah, see, I'm taking my pointer and showing you guys that's the driveway with the main entrance, which is the one that has
And
the big
again,
gate.
we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is.
Yes, Super Planner Girl's asking that his lie was that he was asleep. Yes. Well, he's saying he was asleep and then left. And ostensibly that they would have been shot while he was napping. Because they go through all that too, like he would have heard it or he would have, etc.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour.
So the main
This is
entrance.
going to be at 9:08:06.
All right, so now there's that main entrance that I was talking about. You can see. So I'm taking us right there. So now this is the trip to Almeda, guys. This is right. Let's just put this into perspective. Let me pause it real quick. A great place to pause it because there's that main gate. So he would be coming out of that gate, but I put us right behind it so we could see the gate, right? If I put it right there, we wouldn't see the gate. So this moment in time, he's just killed his wife and his son. Potentially, he's left the dogs out, right? Because we know they had the electric fence. Potentially, he's left the hose running. He just washed off. He's now hightailing it out of there to his mom's at Almeda. And again, this road would not have been paved and it would have been dark. So we're going down Moselle.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Almeda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Okay. Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Okay, so again, there's Godley Farms Road to the right. We're doing that just as they say it. We're going down Moselle.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Okay, now here we are coming up on Dobson Road, just like they said. We're gonna hang all right. Pretty much have all these directions memorized by now.
All right, going to slide 33. Has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Almeda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13.
Like I said, it had many names.
Showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Almeda.
Okay, and what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Okay, you can see the sign there for Varnville.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing an approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
Super Planner Girl says this guy's brain is a literal computer. Yes, it totally is. Also, remember from the very start of this video, we talked about Varnville, right? That's where the train was, that started it all, right? With the OG Murdaugh, OG Randolph, Varnville. We're gonna just wait, guys. This is gonna all come full circle here.
All right.
All right, so now, all right. I'm showing what he's showing, but I'm showing it on Google Maps. I found all the exact locations. So there's Varnville. You can see it there in the center to the left a little bit. There was no address for this house. Like I was saying before, a lot of these things didn't have addresses. The only addresses that we get are 4147 Moselle Road, and there's an address to the law firm. I don't remember what it is. Nothing else has an address. Everything has a nickname. So the way that I found this house in Almeda was by looking at these blurry maps given from this timeline that are, they're blurry, but I could see in the timeline picture that there was a big road that crossed where it said Varnville right there. And it looked like I could make out the word pond, but nothing else. So on Google Maps, I literally found an area that I thought was maybe close. And I just read every single road name and looked for a road name that had the word pond. And then I traced it to the big intersection. And that's how I found this exact spot. And I think it'll zoom in a second and it'll show you that road. That's how I found that. You'll see, this is kind of crazy how I found it. So the next thing I did was once you know where the house is, you can't miss it. But when you don't know where the house is, it's really hard to find. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay. So the next thing that I used was the image in the center of the screen there. There's a white thing and it says J.R. Wilson Construction Company. That's like a quarry. And you can see that blurrily on the FBI thing. That was the other thing I used as like a landmark on Google Maps to try to find the house. Here we are. This is coming into Varnville. Isn't that delightful and quaint? So this is downtown Varnville. Y'all, isn't this amazing? So this is the drive he took. This is the exact route that Alex took to get to his mom's. Here we are. I'm just pointing this out here in a second because I thought it was cute. It's the town hall on the left. You'll see here. There we go. Yep, cute. It's lovely, isn't it? All right. Here we are on Yemassee Highway. We're getting closer to his mom's house. We have not passed the quarry yet. Look at that on the left there. It gives me goosebumps. That's the train. In fact, there's actually two railways there, but the very same station that railroad that we read about in the beginning of the video. I believe he did grow up there. Super Planner Girl. I believe he did, because this is all family property, for generations. His parents lived in that house. So yeah, this Almeda house is Varnville. They're synonymous. So, this is where we're really bringing all this to life here. And it all ties up, right, with this history. And then the whole thing with the trains. It's this whole area. These train tracks run parallel of this entire road, and you'll see it. I'm going to highlight this. I have a map coming up here in a second. You'll see. I have it all highlighted for you guys. So now we're going to pass this. Now we're coming up on the quarry.
Down in the bottom center of the screen, what is that?
Okay, let me pause this.
Right here.
So here's what I was talking about. You can see, this is what I was working with, guys. This blurry map. If you look at where it says Varnville and then you look to the right, I know now that it says Mill Pond Road, but I couldn't make that out. I could only make out pond. I couldn't tell mill. That's the thing that I used as a reference point to even try to figure out where this house was. And then you can also see that quarry, the white thing there. That was the other thing I used as a reference to try to figure out where this house was. But you can tell how blurry it is when you see it back to back with the regular Google map.
That is going to be the Almeda property, and just a reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
So there I have it. All right. So I have the quarry circled there, and I have the house circled. Again, when you know what you're looking for, then it's easy. But when you don't know where it is and what you're looking for, it's impossible. It took me a long time to find it. Now I've zoomed in there. So, okay, now we're going there in person. There's the quarry on the left. So we know we're coming up on the house. So I'm showing you guys, there's the quarry, Vulcan Materials Company, it said.
Here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Almeda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 92206. His Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Almeda property.
Okay. Okay. This is important. This is important. All right. This entire way, let me see if I can rewind it a sec. The railroad is lining this entire fucking thing. It's insane to me. This is insane. Let me rewind it a smidgen. Okay. So there you can see the same thing we just looked at. All right. So here, just it's not bad, just a bad thing to see it again, but I wanted to show y'all this part coming up here. So again, there's the quarry.
Here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Almeda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 92206. His Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Almeda property.
Okay. So there, I am pausing it on the right spot. You can see that train track there. Y'all. Now we're pulling right up. Pulling right up. Okay, let me pause it again. Right there, that little road to the left across the train tracks, that's the entrance to the house. We're going to look at it. You can't go there all the way, but here's as close as you can get on Google Maps. Here, now, okay, this shot, I think it's like this exact shot, is the thumbnail. This is going to make sense here in a little bit why this is so crucial, and also why I didn't put anything in the middle, as Janie pointed out, that there was an empty space in the middle. There's a reason for that, because I wanted there to be a clear pathway that you could still see as if you were going from the highway to cross that and cross onto the property. Y'all can see the house in the back there. That's the Almeda house. That yeah, it looks, I believe he grew up there, but his and I don't know who owns it now. I mean, I couldn't find anything about that. Like I said, it doesn't even have a freaking address, but you know, it's still in the family, and who knows? I don't know who lives there now, but, and so there it is. And I'm just pointing out with my cursor, there's the train tracks. You cross the freaking train tracks, the very same train tracks that his dad, or not his dad, his great grandfather staged a suicide on so he could get an insurance
Slide
payout.
37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where the data points reflect.
Super Planner Girl, if you want to, that article where you found that he lived in Varnville, if you want to pop that in the Discord, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Suburban going though when it arrives.
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here.
Okay.
And that's going to be at,
we've heard them mention this before, and this is important. Remember, anything that they mention repeatedly is important, and it's our job to figure out why it's important, because they can't always say that, right? Like that's like a closing argument. Like it's the same for the jury. They can't say, here's why we think this is important, right? They're not allowed to do that. That's like more like a closing argument situation. They have to present the evidence and let the jury decide, right? They can't argue it. So it's the same thing for us as we watch the trial. They had mentioned this so many times about the car being parked close to the tree line. And we talked about it, I think, on the last episode. We're about to see exactly how that looks on the Google Maps here in a second. But there's a reason they think it's important that he leaves the murder scene, he drives to Almeda, and he parks in this weird place that's not where you're supposed to park. It's not, and we'll see it. We'll see it here in a sec. And he parks right near the tree line. I'm gonna to answer all y'all's questions about the weapons and all the rest. And like I said, it's a two-parter, and I'm planning to show you rather than tell you. That's coming right up.
9/22/39.
Close to the wood line and the outbuildings.
That'd be correct.
Okay, there's the hat. Let me pause it. All right, the X there. Pause. The X. That's the train, where the road crosses the train tracks. That blue arrow, okay, that blue arrow you're going to see in the rest of these pictures, I added that. That's the train tracks, the railroad, still functioning. It runs parallel that Yemassee Highway all the way. And we just saw that. We saw that as we were coming into the house, right? So to enter and into the property, you cross that railroad tracks like I just showed y'all before. That X is where the driveway and the railroad tracks cross each other. So there's an X, like, you know, to mark the spot, but also it makes sense because it's a railroad crossing, right? And then you can see the driveway there. And then I labeled the house and I labeled the outbuilding, as y'all can see up there. Okay. We're zooming out. Let's look at that one more time again. Because now that y'all know where they are, so you can see where they are as it zooms out. That's the point. Let me back it up just a smidgen.
A little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here.
Okay.
And that's going to be at 9/22/39.
Close to the wood line and the outbuildings.
That'd be correct. Sure.
Just try to keep spotting them too as I back out, zoom out. What do you guys think? You know, there's a saying they use in law, it's Latin, res ipsum loquitur. It means the thing speaks for itself.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Almeda?
9/22/39. And this is just, so that this right here is going to be a better overview without the box. The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. And this is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
So there's another visual. You can see clear the driveway there that he's referencing.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, another image I have here. I've circled the outbuilding in this one, and then the X is where the data points are. Now here, this picture from Google Maps is taken during the winter. As you can see, the trees are much fuller in the other pictures that they're using from the FBI. So you can see that those trees don't have much leaves on them right there. But the point is that that X, where the data points are close to that outbuilding and past where you would park to go to the house, which is where that main driveway, you can see it goes to. And then he says there's a carport there.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Almeda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That is correct.
That max speed again is what on the trip to Almeda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again? That he arrived?
At Almeda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
If you go back.
We're back up to?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39, he reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement, and this would be Alex leaving Almeda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's shown approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time?
9:22.
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time?
This is important.
While in that driveway area of Almeda?
This is important.
It does, about
Listen.
halfway on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you will.
Well, this is important.
I sent you back, I'm sorry.
So halfway so this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
Hang on.
All right, and then on slide 41, we have a, what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto the MSC Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
Okay. I have an X there. Again, that blue arrow is the rail trains. Again, that X is where it crosses with the driveway. The data point he's talking about is Alex leaving Almeda, and he pauses for about a minute right there on the railroad tracks. Okay. So as you can see, I have to back up so we can see it. So I'm facing the other direction. This is heading back to Moselle from Almeda. You can see the driveway there. He would take a right out of there. But I wanted to put it into perspective. And I don't have an answer for this. I have a question for you guys. He's leaving Almeda. You can see the driveway. He's coming out, and he stops on those train tracks for a minute. Why? Why? And I'm putting this into the context of we've seen the themes of history repeating itself in this family, in this case, over and over and over again. Between the generations, but especially with Alex, there's all these themes that keep repeating. And with the history, that's why I started this entire thing with the railroad. And it's also why I had the title, just follow the railroad. The railroad takes us to Almeda, all the way there. And it crosses with the driveway where he grew up, where he went the night of the murders right afterwards and used as his alibi to visit his mom. After which the weapons were never recovered, clothes were never recovered, and the property wasn't searched, right? We have to remember that property was not searched. But he pauses there on those tracks for a minute. I'm really curious what you guys think about that. Why does he stop on those railroad tracks? But I wanted to take a moment so we can see that and put it into that context right there. You can picture, again, it would have been dark and his Suburban would be sitting right there. And meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, it's collecting data of that event. I mean, think about it this way too. I believe when he takes a stand, he says something like he's dropped his phone or whatever. I mean, here's the thing. That car, for whatever reason, it could have stopped anywhere. It's a long freaking driveway. And you can even cross the railroad tracks and you have a fair amount of roadway before you hit the main road. It could have stopped anywhere. Why did it stop on the railroad tracks? Exactly. Okay, so now I'm just showing y'all we're headed. I didn't do the whole drive, but just because obviously it's the same thing we just did, but now we're headed out of Almeda.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Almeda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 946.01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom you have Almeda, going through Varnville, and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That is correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle, and this is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18. It's showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And so this is why they kept asking him, why didn't you just go into the next entrance by the kennels, right, to check? And now we know, like I showed you guys earlier, just a few minutes before, like with the maps, like you can see those two entrances. Like you can easily go in that entrance and then you can drive. There's actually a path they've made through the yard area. And it's the same way that he goes back and forth to get the gun and whatnot. Like if you want to go, in other words, if you want to go between the house and the kennels, once you're already on the property, you don't have to go back out to the Moselle. There's a path that they have like in the yard that you'll see here, I think in a sec, that you can go back and forth. So in other words, he could have turned off a Moselle, taken that entrance by the kennels, and then driven to the house from the kennels, but he doesn't go by the kennels. And that's why they make such a big deal about that.
Slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Almeda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51:43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at
on the railroad tracks?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time, and especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions, the road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Almeda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
that'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
All right, wormhole alert. This is what happens when I was doing all this stuff. So here I was. This is when I was back doing all the Varnville research in Almeda, finding the house. We saw Murdaugh Avenue right off of Moselle Road. This is Murdaugh Street. This is over in Varnville near the Almeda property. So there's a Murdaugh Avenue and a Murdaugh Street. Another wormhole alert. In the middle, you can see Murdaugh's Tree Services I have circled. At the bottom there, you can see Hampton Inn and Suites, Walterboro. So that's where everybody stayed for the trial. We hear about that a lot. Up there at the left, you can see I've circled Low Country Raptors. I happen to love raptors, both raptors as in birds and then also velociraptors as in dinosaurs. So again, these are just as I'm looking for whatever it is. There's all these things, and you can see actually there at Moselle on the left-hand side of the screen, just to give you a reference point there. And then the next one. All right, next wormhole. Again, this is in the same area, same region. You can see down at the bottom, there's Hampton Inn, Yemassee Point South. So this is kind of in between, I think, Moselle and Varnville. You can see I have Salkehatchie there circled. I have Yemassee circled. And then to the right, there's Forrest Gump Iconic Gate. I have that circled. And then to the right of that, Harriet Tubman Bridge. Just wormhole city, right? Just trying to find one, just doing one thing. And then it's like, oh, look at all these other things, right? Wormhole city.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49 and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m. and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels 10:05:57 p.m.
And backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10/14/25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relayed to the jury?
It does.
All right, Special Agent Rudofski, we just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, you prepared two timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That is correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right. Just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct? Up on the screen.
That is correct.
All right. And has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would
So
just
this is this beautiful.
explain just some.
This is this beautiful timeline. It's a work of art. I mean, it's everything. This thing is just an absolute freaking miracle. Even if he didn't have to incorporate all the new information that he got last minute and have days to do it, this is the timeline to end all timelines.
Of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or SIL data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different, like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
Right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right,
and then,
give an example what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just, we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
And we'll talk about the others as we go through. All right, let's start moving through it.
Let's do it.
All right, all right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around
So starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity was seen on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right, and can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone, and that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 6:09:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be a iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you, and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that in the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or take place from.
All right, and down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6/17/42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be.
So I love this because this part is putting into perspective all the hard work that Matthew Weil did from the FBI. He was the one that that talked about, gave us a really good education on how all the pings work and how there's different sides of the towers and how the signal chooses which tower to use. So you can really see that with these maps here that he's showing. And also I'm trying to see if I can find exactly where that train accident happened with OG Randolph, because I'm curious where that was exactly. I mean, we know We know that it was in Varnville with that specific train track that we saw.
Side moving up
But we don't know exactly where. That's what I'm trying to find out.
towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right, up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on Sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food, massage, we'll call you back." That was from her.
So we know she was getting her nails done. I was going to say too, as we go through this, one thing that I think is helpful now to keep in mind is this. What nicknames do people have for each other in their phones? What nicknames do they call each other in text messages? So because, for example, Mags and Pawpaw, right? We could expect, if those indeed are what Alec called them, we could expect maybe some Mags and Pawpaw happening in text messages or, saved contacts. Any nicknames, right? Because we're going to see some of that. We're going to see that there are some nicknames. So, yeah.
Her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch. Just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner work.
It's really funny because I never noticed that before with the car. But ever since I remember when this trial happened at the time, and I heard him say that, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to listen for that. And now I don't ever miss it. Like I notice exactly what he says. Like if you just go near the car and you open up the door or whatever, you'll hear it makes these little sounds. But at least to me, I never noticed it until he mentioned it. And now I'm like, man, that's so crazy. That's the telemetry.
Anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624, what is that?
624-2, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAST data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. Down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals, is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25, 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after, and then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's a girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5. What does this map represent? Who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. And it's identified by that red badge-looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you've seen reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is
All
Alex
right.
Murdaugh based on the phone number.
There's a nickname. So Paul has a name in his phone for Alex, and he calls him Pa. That's the first nickname we've seen so far. So Paul calls him Pa. So that's how he's saved as a contact in the phone, as Pa. Yeah.
It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
Right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:40.
Also, real quick, I'm realizing I forgot to mention something when I was going over the family timeline. So let me see if I can just pull this up real quick. So I wanted to mention something and I completely forgot. Hang on just a second. Let's see here. Where? Oh, it won't give me the option. Okay. Okay, never mind. I might have to do that later. Yeah, never mind. We'll do that later.
42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
Moving on, 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right, and moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what if any activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to, to get the actual network connected.
All right, and then at the 7 o'clock hour, what if any communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. Do we have some activity at 7:02:29?
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds, and this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on his CDRs, and it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
704, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 704 and 817, her phone was, it showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, Lord, won't you buy me?
So anytime we see MBUX95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of the communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is.
So Kit Smith's very astute up to the present and brings up a good point. Yay. Awesome. That Alex had Maggie saved as Maggie May. I might have missed pointing that out at the time because I was trying to figure out how to pull up that timeline again. I don't know why it's not showing me the option to share that on the screen like I did earlier. But anyway, yes, that was a good point. And like I said, so far we have Paul has a nickname for Alex as Paw, but Alex has her saved as Maggie May. Exactly. Not Mags and also not Babe. Keep that in mind because that might be relevant later. We might hear something about that later. Maggie May. Yes, exactly.
Alex sends a message to, in his phone, it's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call,
so okay.
Call when you done." That's from the Alex, that's from the extraction.
All right. Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
Be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
Again.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with the associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at...
For anyone who missed it, I'm still updating the ticker. I'm just not showing it because I don't want to lose any of the images on the screen.
At this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number that's numbered 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49 p.m.
The latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20.
Sirens again?
The latest dot. And that's in the Walterboro area.
Yep. Wow. Woohoo! Alex.
All right, moving on. Looking down
For
at
anyone who missed it
709,
also,
43, what if any activity?
For anyone who missed it also, the Oh, I didn't mean to show the ticker. Well, I guess it's okay because it'll make sense for what I'm saying. Side of the road is catching up to boat crash. Boat crash was 129. Side of the road is now 103. So, yay.
Activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7/14/13 to 7/22/19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7/15/35 to 7/21/52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the
consistent?
same. That's correct.
7/18/44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying,
This is incredible. I want to be Agent Rudofski when I grow up, just saying.
"Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries,
More
again,
sirens.
explain those 2 entries to the jury.
Right? Unless
So
I'm crazy.
first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7/25/03 to 7/34/47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate.
Oh yeah, 4 sirens.
7/28/35 to 7/37/11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m., we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
Awesome. Glad I'm not going crazy.
All right, we got another
Hi,
map.
Jamie.
Tell the jury what this one
We
is,
missed our
please.
field trip.
This
I
map's
think.
just
Were you
showing
there? No, I missed it.
that her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this
This is
again?
going to be Paul. I'm sorry, Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be in the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
Indeed.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to this data.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in a time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss, and that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
Now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture. And this is what it's showing. It was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And
We all know
remind the
that
jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right, and again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation?
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
All right, 7.
Hello again to those who are back. Abby, can you hear us now? I know you broke your headphones. Oh, I'm so happy that the dog's going to make it. This has been touch and go about this dog. And I'm very, very happy to hear that she might make it. So also, since Janie is back and we were talking about the thumbnail earlier, I believe, Janie, you missed the part that kind of explains that thumbnail, but it's during the earlier portion with Agent Rudofski, where we go over the GM and we take our little field trip to South Carolina, and we get to visit Varnville. We visit all the places. We visit Almeda, and you'll see where I took that screenshot, or I saved that image for the thumbnail that I used, and why I left that center part of it open. As I mentioned, there was nothing in that. There was nothing in that center part. There was a reason for that, and I think I actually explained that at the time during the video. But anyway, of course, you can always go back and find that part. The field trip portion is really, I think, helpful and interesting, because you can see everything. Almeda is the name for the house, the parents' house, and it from everything we can glean, it seems like Alex grew up there. But it's the house he went to, of course, the night of the murders, as you know, where his mom was living. Has no address, so I had to use context clues to find it. It was fun.
41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right, and just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific?
That is correct.
All right, and we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house.
The cabin?
The cabin.
All right, and what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
7:54 or 7:56?
7:56, sorry, it's hard to see.
All right. And then we have two data points at the bottom. Mm-hmm. Is that, where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. Mm-hmm. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godley Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Right. And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
what time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area.
Maggie gets to Moselle way later than
7:50:03.
It seems like.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28.
Like the whole thing
Paul Murdaugh's iPhone
is later than what it seems like, especially given Alex's story. But even without that, because we know the time that they die. Here it is at 7:55. They're still fucking around with the sunflowers and shit, right? They have yet to go back to the house and eat dinner. Maggie's still not there yet. I mean, in other words, everything happens really quickly. Like the whole, like them getting all to the house and eating dinner and then getting out to the kennels happens really quickly.
battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low?
Janie is asking, did he throw the weapons and clothing into a train car stopped on the tracks outside Almeda? So if he'd opened, I don't know if you've gone back and watched it yet, Janie. I don't want to spoil it because I point things out in a really specific way, how you drive there. I would recommend going back and watching it, but trying not to spoil anything. He stops there, right, for a minute on those train tracks as he's leaving Almeda. And so he stops there. If you go back and watch it again, we have him arriving at Almeda, and then he pauses there by that tree line outside of the outbuilding. He not pauses there, he parks there. So, and I show all the maps and the imagery of that. And the prosecution mentions that many times, which means it's got to be important, but they can't say why they think it's important. That would be argument, and that's not what they're allowed to do. The jury has to figure that out, right? But let me just say this. What we do know is if he opened his car door or rolled down a window while he was stopped, or even if he wasn't stopped or whatever, right? We would have that from the telemetry data. It would show that he opened it. Like, for example, let's say he stopped on the railroad tracks and opened a car door or rolled down a window, we would have that information. But we don't have that. All we have is that he just stopped there for about a minute. Oh, Janie, okay. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Yeah, I would definitely recommend going back and watching the parts that you missed. It's all going to tie together because you were here for the beginning, where we talked about the history and everything, and it's all gonna. I think it'll all make so much sense, having seen all the parts, right? But again, I'll have timestamps in the description, and with any luck, they'll appear on the scrolly bar at some point too. But thank you for coming back. I hope you feel better.
Battery life on it.
That's correct.
All right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday, the day before?
Previous testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55.
And it was sent out to his friends when?
At 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57, does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh.
Oops, sorry.
I have no idea who Brian
stating, "Damn,
Murdaugh is.
man, needs some straps."
Never heard of Brian Murdaugh. This is the only time we hear of Brian
Now
Murdaugh.
we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right. And then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14.
What's the first data point then?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
All right. So that one should have gone before this one. The one at the bottom of page 12.
That is correct.
Which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
Again, at 8:07, what, if anything, do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
I love
and
this.
For this instant, it's going to
I love this edition where he does the colors that shows their phones being locked. I think that's brilliant.
represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. So CB Row's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data, so it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left, and the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do. From 8:15:55 to 8:21:45, we're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08, you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection.
No, I also love that battery image. I mean, this timeline, I'm telling you, this was a labor of love. I mean, the way he ties all this information together, but he adds, like I said, I love the color for the phone being locked, and he has it on the side there, but then with what it's doing, and then he has the battery symbol. He thought of everything.
To the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that.
So Abby has not been able to hear because she broke her headphones, and now she can hear. So Abby, I will help you out. What are you lost about? Okay. Well, let me start with this. So first of all, you might be confused as to why there's no banner or a ticker on the bottom and why there's no label at the top like I usually have, like with the day and the witness. I don't have that up right now. Thank you, Kit Smits, is also helping out. So I don't have any of that up because we've been doing the timeline with Peter Rudofski, and we need to be able to read it. So I'm still updating the ticker, but I'm just not showing it. And then so it's still day 18. We're with Peter Rudofski. We only had 2 witnesses today. We had Ryan Kelly. I mean, these were back to back for the real trial. I didn't leave anything out. And actually I included all of their testimony. So we had Ryan Kelly with the phone interview, which you heard most, if not all of. And then ever since then, we've been doing Peter Rudofski with the GM, the location in the car and the timeline. And I think you were watching, but not able to listen when we were doing the quote unquote field trip to South Carolina. That was when we followed the timeline with the driving, and we did that with Google Maps. We looked at the map view and we did the street view, and we followed all that. Now we've just been going through the timeline. It's in the same order as his, testimony. He starts with presenting the driving, right, with his trips that day in the car, and then he presents this beautiful work of art timeline. So this is where we're at. Kit Smits is exactly right. Their last moments. Hopefully that helps.
It's unplugged.
Abby, if you have any other questions, just pop them in the chat.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that
vehicle.
And the data generally reflects.
She got home again, like I said.
Resonance at that point?
That is correct.
At 8:17 is when she.
Paul 808, Maggie 8:17.
Hold on. Let me just take a moment, because 8:17, she was only at Moselle for what? 32 minutes, potentially? Which is hard to imagine that in that time, she was able to eat dinner and get to the kennels and like fuck around with whatever the dogs and get murdered. But she only got there at 8:17. I mean, boy, if nothing, speaking of luring them there, right? I mean, and again, Paul also got there later than we were initially. It seems like they got there earlier enough before dinner and all that, but like everything happened so fast. I mean, Paul didn't get there until after 7, I believe, 7:30 or something. And then Maggie gets there at 8:17, and then 8:49 is when they think, that's somewhere right around there. So.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
Yeah, so Alex.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m. Do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
Right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes?
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi, and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. And he also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
Right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area.
Right.
So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And
So
what is PRTC?
that appears to be the Wi-Fi
Services
extender.
To Moselle Road,
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications, and whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
All right. And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one.
So I will say this much. So just piecing together this conversation between Paul and Megan, because the last text message he reads is from her. She had texted him a little bit earlier, and it just was one word. It said Paul. And at first I was like, that's weird. That doesn't, like, what? She just said his name, but now it makes more sense, right? So then if you see here at 8:24:08, Paul sends a message to her and just says Megan. So now it's like you can picture this conversation, right? Then she sends a message and says, "Were you avoiding me?" And he says, "When?" Then he gets an iMessage from Mrs. Morgan about the lease. This is really fucking sad because we know he was just about to move into a new house with his friends. We heard about that. I've not received anything back yet. Did you get the lease email? That's fucking sad. And so now we see the next part from Megan. So this makes sense. So she's like, Paul, and he's like, Megan. She's like, were you avoiding me? And he's like, when? And she's like, because you didn't send me any movie recommendations. So that makes sense, right? Now he's busy, fucking with the dog, or I guess he's not doing that yet. I guess he's having dinner at this point. I'm just thinking like he's got a lot of people he's talking to. He's a busy dude, right? He's like talking to Rogan, at least, well, maybe not yet, but I don't know. But she's like, you didn't send me any movie recommendations, and like, were you avoiding me? I mean, we can all picture that, right? It sounds like they were maybe talking, quote unquote, as they say. Fire system, hello, happy you are here. You've missed a lot, but I'm very happy you are here. One of the folks from last time who was weighing in on the difference, whether we're using EDB stream or not. So for any of you who didn't already mention your thoughts on that, feel free. I'm happy to have any feedback. Like I said earlier, to those who were here, I'll say it again now. I will not be offended if you're like, I miss EDB's commentary. So far, what I've heard so far from people who've weighed in on it, they've been saying that they really enjoy this setup. They feel like they can see things better, and it's easier to hear, etc. So, but anyone who didn't weigh in on that already, please let me know your thoughts, because this is the first stream I've done where I didn't use any EDB footage. It's been just the court TV, and I'm happy for any feedback and happy you guys are here, of course.
But are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to...
I wonder, he says to Megan, I didn't have a good one. And then he says, Will's might. This is really sad.
8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah.
So he's saying he wasn't avoiding her. He just didn't have a good suggestion. It definitely seems to me like they were talking.
It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
All right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Quick, on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members?
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge of the investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about...
This part is especially sad because there's this group text about visiting Alex's dad. It looks like, from what we can see from all this phone data, that's the last thing that Maggie ever reads in her lifetime. And she responds to it about visiting the dad.
About that very quickly, that did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8 of 21 at 1:44.
There you go. Put that into context. Put that into context. She reads it right away, and it's the last thing she reads before he kills her. He doesn't even read the text regarding his own dad until the next day in the afternoon.
Text came in at what time?
Powerful.
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
All right. And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
Oh, there it is.
8:49.
8:49, there it is.
Maggie
Okay.
read that
Yeah.
text.
8:49.
8:49.
She must have been reading that.
What, if
Y'all.
any, do we,
Let's remember that 8:40, because we're going to see how close to that when Paul's phone locks. I mean, I'm thinking she might have been reading that actually when writing it down. She might have been reading that when he shot Paul. I mean, that timeline's really tight.
entry did we see?
So at the
That's fucked up,
8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then
Yeah, I forgot. Y'all, I
after that
forgot.
at 8:31 and 18?
I forgot that her phone unlocked at 8:49 to read that message. Wow.
seconds.
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
Yeah, when she reads that message.
8:49:26, is that
Wow.
correct?
8:49:26.
8:32:25, we have entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right, and where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right, and tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34,
There's
what
cash.
time does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at 8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47
It's
and
brilliant.
8:48.
It's brilliant how he includes the image there, so that so the jury can, in their mind, they can just immediately pick up on what he's referring to. It's just really smart. I love how he did this timeline. I think it's perfection.
Does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
All right. And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
Ever. (8:49:01).
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
And the next-
8:49:01. And Maggie used her phone to read that text message, group message about Alex's dad at 8:49:26. So I think the odds of her reading that text message, I mean, perhaps even while Paul is being shot, I think there's potential for that because we know how frequently he was using his phone. I mean, in my mind, I kept in my memory he used his phone later than she did. That's why looking at all this stuff is so important because it's that's a huge detail and it's surprising. But she did. She used her phone last. And I guess that could also point to that could also support that he was killed first. Abby says my ADHD self is losing his mind with how Austin's timeline is. It's very, yes, I agree 100%. But yeah, I think that could also be an indicator as to who was killed first. And I don't think that anyone has, used that as evidence to support that. I don't think it was really necessary because there was enough other evidence with the wounds and whatnot. But just contextually speaking, in addition, just how we're understanding things, knowing their lifestyles and their patterns and their habits, it does make a lot of sense, given that there's a 25-second gap of him using his phone for the last time, though the battery was still alive, was not dead. Battery was not dead. That there was 25 seconds and that between his phone locking and hers, that also would point to, support that he was killed first, I think, too. But also it does. How fucked would that be if she was reading that group text about the dad, Alex's dad, while Paul was being killed?
Next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to...
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18.
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
And was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you?
There's that last text. Yeah.
That is correct, that group
Yeah.
message.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks.
Oh, so it locks at
Forever.
8. Okay.
Forever.
8:49:31. Right. All right.
Until
So
it's
she
recovered
reads.
the next day at 1.
So she reads the message and then it locks. So there's 5 seconds there. I mean, I wonder if, okay, let's think about this. So it's 8:49:26. She opens that text message. She's reading it. It doesn't look like she got a chance to respond, right? We'll see if that happens. I think she just reads it. But no, there's no way because it locks in 5 seconds. That's probably not even long enough to fully read it. I would imagine, guys, I hate this thought, but I would imagine that if she's opened a text message and it's been 5 seconds, but also it's a group text, right? So there's a lot of names in the thing. I would imagine you would have to kind of scroll to get to the message, right? And we saw earlier, it showed us how many names. There were a ton of people in that group text. But 5 seconds, imagine if you're reading that, right? And then you hear a gunshot. Either you would just drop the phone and it would lock, or maybe you would lock it on accident, because you are used to, I mean, I could see locking it without even kind of meaning to, or dropping it and it locks. I don't know. And I know people have auto lock for different settings, but 5 seconds is pretty fast, which is why I'm wondering if she locked it, like read the message, heard something, locked it, and went to go see what it was. I don't know. What do y'all think?
1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It received a text from Brogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
You never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection. Basis for the objection.
I have a question. I'm wondering something. Why did he have the timeline showing? I'm gonna have to back it up a little bit, because there was the thing, he got that message, yo, but it showed that in the timeline earlier, but that's a message that was later. Let me just see. Okay. At the top there, Paul Murdaugh's phone was last unlocked. Next activity for the notification. Oh, is it because it's doing certain databases? For SMS from Rogan Gibson stating yo, but that's at 9:58. But then at 8:49:35, we have Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage unread. Oh, it's because it's the PM extraction. Wait. I guess it's separated out between the knowledge C database and then the extraction. Next activity for the notification of an SMS, 9:58:35. Unread. So I don't know. Is the differentiation that one is knowledge C, one is the extraction, or is the differentiation that one sends a notification and one doesn't? I don't know why one wouldn't send a notification. I'm just, I don't know if y'all know what, or you're probably like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm just saying, like at the top there, you can see how it has that part. It says next activity, and it says 9:58:35, stating yo. So that's like way out of order, right? 9:58:35, because then we have, he gets other things from Rogan before that, right? Like it's going on down the timeline. Anyway, I don't know if that's what the significance is of that. I just was noting it. Go back to where we were if I can.
It does. It received a text from Brogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it.
So I don't know.
Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
So I don't know.
You never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection. Basis for the objection. Leading. Don't lead the witness. Restate the question.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
Was that kennel video? What time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
8.
Several times. Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48?
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That is correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
What happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
Pretty much wakes up.
And what data point is reflected?
From 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47, it shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes, roughly?
5 minutes. 5-6 minutes.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Yay, Elmo.
All right, tell the jury real quick as we look at this exhibit, just admitted, just generally, we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart, if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data?
That is correct.
I mean, again, with the
last
thoroughness
column.
of this, he includes this in with the timeline. It's just brilliant. It's everything. He puts all this information together. It's in just, I know I just keep saying it, but what an undertaking, right? To put all the information together. It's the culmination of all of the hard work of the entire investigation, the entire trial. It's all of it. It's just so good.
It's just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
All right. We have one for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's PACE spreadsheet.
If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
All right, time period?
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11, approximately 165 steps, estimated 19.20 steps per minute.
24.
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37, approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25.
7:41 to 7:48, showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26.
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28.
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he? What was the average steps per minute from 9:02 to 9:06?
So Kidsmits, yes, indeed, he is going rather fast. That is correct. And I think that the way they do it is, in relation to how fast he's normally moving, right? I mean, that's really the whole point of it, is looking at it in reference, almost like the way they do body language, baseline, right? So, yeah. If you look at it, the steps per minute, right, you can just see just based on the average. I think that's sort of, no, he did not have his phone. It was out of the picture. It was, off or, in airplane mode or whatever. I can't recall. I'm sure they know what it was because of all the phone stuff. I don't remember what they said, but right. He says it wakes up. I think it was just off. I don't think it was in airplane mode. I think it was just off. Right. Exactly. His baseline is closer to 20 to 30. And then the second fastest group is 10:18 to 10:28, but that's over 10 minutes, right? So you have to think about that too. Oh, well, I guess it's calculated into steps per minute. But that would have been after the law enforcement. Well, no, they wouldn't have been there yet. Huh. That would have been after he called 911, but before law enforcement was there. Which is interesting. If you look at entry number 33, that's also a lot. Not nearly as many, but it's still a lot. But it would have been, again, after 911 and before law enforcement was there. The 911 call, he dialed it at 10:06, but it was a misdial. And then he dialed again at 10:07, and that's when he dialed 911 correctly. At 10:06, he dials 911. And they're about to talk about that again, too. No, he went to get the gun when he was on the... Oh, that's right. Well, no, he drove, though. Kit Smits. She was saying maybe he went to get the gun. He was driving. And actually, hold on. I know when that was because I did a timestamp on the video. I think I was saying that was around 10:10 maybe. I have it in the video. I figured that out and I timestamped it. Yeah, he drove to get the gun. So I don't know. Maybe they'll talk about it. Maybe they'll say
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell us very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20. We got a pink box. What does that reflect?
The phone being off was on purpose, right? Because he didn't want to be able to put... His whole thing was he was taking a nap. He was taking a nap. His phone was off. He was taking a nap, right? Never was at the kennels. and then he went to Almeda. That was his whole thing.
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which
To be,
vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Mary Ann Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is.
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
Sounds like
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction.
So whenever they say
It
that,
also shows missed.
it means that this is something we wouldn't have were it not for the OnStar data. Whenever they say it doesn't show on the other extractions, it means we only got this because of the OnStar coming through from GM. Good point, Abby, right? You know what? I don't think anyone's ever done that before that I've heard of, but that's a good one. He slept murdered. Yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, you know what? It's a better defense than others. Like, there's worse. There are worse defenses out there. Like, for example, this one. I was never there when you were caught on tape.
On Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
See, that's a bit weird.
We
because
have
he knows
a
his dad is in the
pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that.
Smith's, yes, indeed. OnStar filled in, and especially with all the driving. I can't remember because I know everyone's been coming and going. I can't remember if you were there for that part, or I guess you caught back up. But all the driving points, all that we get from the OnStar data with GM. It did. It filled in a lot of these blanks. And then she also said maybe he sleep stole too. Hilarious. Love it. Yeah.
System startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12?
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Yeah.
9:06:14 and 9:06:15, are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So, according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52. Alex
my God.
calls Maggie.
Sorry, let me pause.
Shows 7 seconds.
That's brilliant. New theory. There is no Murdaugh family. Well, and it could have started if he's a vampire or a zombie or something. It could have started with that. That would have been him. Then he was hit with that train, and then ever since he's been coming back this entire time. I love it.
Seconds long, and that's based off his CDRs since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls.
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did, that you've testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
This is what
Don't stop by the kennels for a second, does it?
This is what I was pointing to earlier when we went through all the maps and everything with the 2 different entrances, and there was a shortcut you could go straight across. This is the point I was saying, that you can see it easier in the Google Maps version. It would have been really easy to just, you can see the path, even though this is really blurry. You can see the path that I'm talking about, where you can drive straight across and bypass Moselle. Where if you look at where the red, like where the kennels are, and then you go down, you can see it in the grass there. That's like the path where they would drive through on the property with a vehicle, with an ATV, whatever the case may be. So that's, in other words, you didn't have to go back out to Moselle to go back and forth.
Does it stop by the kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Yeah.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
This is just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. And it's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, and the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's going to be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off his CDR. Since
That's fucking weird.
Not in his phone extraction.
That's fucking weird.
And that's, again, also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
Down at 9:12:14, what, if any, activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
It's connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. The green one is going to be the Almeda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Almeda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
At 9:18:46, what, if any, activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now, tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Almeda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at Almeda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed-in picture from the previous one, just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Almeda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
Doesn't answer the phone for CB.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, it's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
Okay.
And is that consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
We're going to get to the train tracks bit here
On
soon.
page
We're going to
28,
get
is that
to
that
the
data point
call,
that you
all
just
that,
referenced?
what we were just talking
That is
about.
correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what if anything does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda?
That's correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying,
right.
Tell Paul to call me."
Right.
And that shows unread.
Never
So
read?
we're filling it up
Never
because
read.
there's a notification.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That is correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski.
Yeah.
And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
Okay.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Almeda around this time?
That is correct, 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And
So that was the nickname
call
she had
missing
for
from
him,
Alex's
Paul,
phone extraction?
right?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long, that's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23. What do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows
All right,
unread.
that's another thing. So we don't see him call her babe in any other message. Some people use that as a nickname, right? We were talking about this. Like some people call each other babe, like that's like their name. Again, like I said, think about how people have nicknames saved in the phone and then also what they call each other in text messages. You know, he has her saved in the phone as Maggie May, and then he calls her babe. And we've seen this before with other people where once they've killed somebody, they send them to try to like establish an alibi or whatever. They make a phone call or they send a text message where they're like extremely nice or like extremely whatever. And like the person's like, you know, whoever reads it knows that something's up because they're like, they never call. I think this is kind of an example of that. Like we don't have any other texts where he says, "Call me, babe." Where he calls her babe, right? So I think that's just a red flag as to, you know, it's like the trying to be, you know, overdoing it, right? You know, going too far, trying to make it seem like you didn't do something. And then of course the Maggie May thing I think is interesting because we all know what he says when he takes a stand. I mean, yeah.
Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And we see some backlight activity around the time
Abby,
of that.
because clearly he was texting her lyrics to "Call Me Maybe," but forgot the lyrics. That's awesome.
Message, that unread text message.
We do, a couple seconds.
Do we have a map here? Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Almeda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle.
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild.
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what if any activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour?
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
There we go, Kitsmits.
All right, moving over to the next page. Is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Yes.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
It shows unread.
It shows unread from his phone extraction.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives, and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what's right there in that map? That's what.
Kitsmans is asking what he could be calling out Chris about. They apparently had been going back and forth talking about a work thing. They had a case coming up that they were working on together. And they, Alex called a lot of people during this time period, like on the drive to and from Almeda. He called, and Chris even testified to it. They had a case that they were doing. Right. I know. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, some people were saying like, oh, that's weird. But then, it sounds like Emily EDB's described it as like they were in work mode, or like Chris was in work mode or whatever. Had some questions about something. I mean, I do agree. It does seem strange to be calling people so late at night. 100%. As we know, Rogan was asleep, right? So.
Map at the top.
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
At 10:03:36 p.m. There's two entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what, if any, activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house.
Here we go.
Based on the GM data.
What time did he say that was?
Going over to page 35.
I missed the time.
Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is.
What don't we see?
Yeah, let me see.
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40,
So Kitsmans.
A gap in activity. I don't see any.
Kitsmans. Here we go. This was the question that we had. So, oh wait, this is when he leaves the main house to go to the kennels. Okay, this is important though, because we're breaking all this down. All right, so check it out, right? So he leaves the main house to go to the kennels, and you were asking me when the call was. So he leaves the main house at 10:05:06. And then we know he dials that, or they're going to get to that. And with what I'm looking for next is I'm thinking about that time period where he has those other steps. What was that? That was like 10:08 to 10:18, right? Am I right about that? Where he had the second highest number of steps, and we were trying to figure out what was going on there. Let's
activity
see.
On Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
Or was it 10:18 to 10:28?
10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Going over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
Okay.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
Okay.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time
again?
That
was OnStar.
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page,
Wow.
What time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything?
Mitz, I have a question. So what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on this gap? This gap in activity for Maggie's phone. Do you have thoughts on that? But yes, there's a lot of steps there. And the thing is, here's the thing. Remember, we talked about this in other episodes, and you may not have been there for that, Kitsmans, but I think there's a lot of evidence to support the fact that he got the hell out of Dodge and left the dogs out and left the hose running. And that would explain a lot of different things. But he would have known it would have taken law enforcement a while to get out there. And we know it took him a long time to get out there. So it would make sense if he's trying to distance himself from the timing, right, and get himself over to Almeda. He would know, he would have time to get home, call 911, and then do whatever he had to do. And then we hear him on the phone, which is 911, saying here, right? And it sounds like he's talking to a dog. So all these steps, could be, getting the dogs, putting the hose up incorrectly, whatever else the fuck he's doing. Quarter of a mile worth of steps. Yeah. Wrangling. I mean, I think it's wrangling the dogs. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, exactly. Setting up the scene 100%. That's what I think. I really think with the amount of water that was there, as late as it was when they started taking those pictures, I mean, law enforcement, like it really does look like he left the dogs out because they had the electric fence, left the dogs out, left the hose running, got the hell out of there immediately. Right. Knowing he could come back and then do that shit later. So I bet that's what's going on.
In his statements to law enforcement, did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
This is crucial.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
I love the way he delivered. Look at his face though. Dude, you guys, let me rewind that real quick. That's intense. And Creighton's pause is great here. Let's see that again. That's really good.
Check the bodies and that sort of thing?
Yes.
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment
I love this.
the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Look at his face, you guys. He's fucking pissed as hell. Wow. He's clenching his teeth. You can see he's clenching his teeth.
Another call from Logan Paul that never be answered.
Wow.
That is correct.
Also,
10:08:20.
I just have to say, I hope they gave Agent Rudofski a raise after this. He does a phenomenal fucking job on the stand. He does, I mean, and with obviously the hard work with the time, but like even just on the stand, his answering of these questions in a way that he's not trying to be persuasive. He's just answering, and then Creighton's pacing with him is really good. I just think he's amazing. Yeah, Kitsmits. Right, exactly. Oh, and I see part for the phone. For the Gap and Maggie's phone, I have more questions about a theory. Does Gap mean no data? So a gap means there's nothing. But we do know this. We do know that with her phone, there was some overwriting that did end up happening because it wasn't found until the next day. And then there's something about like it wasn't put on airplane mode. And they talk about that, how we know there's some stuff missing from her phone because of that overwriting that the phone does automatically. So that could be the cause for the gap. We also know she wasn't as active on her phone as Paul. But basically that would mean that she didn't get a text message, which I mean, like also looking at the hour, I don't know that would be that weird for someone who's maybe her age and maybe isn't up as late. I don't know. They're not going to show us things like the phone. They're only showing us things that would indicate potential like human activity, right? Like the phone received something from another human, or like orientation change means somebody handled it. Backlight means potentially someone picked it up, that type of thing. So like, for example, if the phone does like some sort of automatic background process, they're not reporting that on any phones. So that could still be going on as far as I understand. And I agree with this 100%. He's just giving the facts as they are, and the facts speak volumes. Exactly. He's just saying it. It reminds me of Bach. It reminds me of Bach. If you play it exactly as it's written, it's perfection, and you don't need to do anything else to it. That's why I hate it when people add vibrato. But It's exactly that, like that. Like you just give the information correctly, and that's all you need. No more, no less. Abby, we're glad you're still here. Well, and yes, exactly. The gap is after she's dead. Yeah, so she's not using the phone. So what does this say? I don't think anybody is suggesting that at all. They talk about that a lot earlier in the trial when they have all the, initial evidence, people coming in and laying the foundation for stuff. I don't think anyone's suggesting that at all. I think that, from what we can tell, it seems like somebody was handling her phone, right? Like the whole idea with Alex throwing the phone out the window, like he had the phone on him. And they talk about that more later on in the trial. From what I recall, it's something along the lines of like he maybe rode the golf cart out there, or he got out there and then rode the golf cart back, and she had her phone on the golf cart, and he didn't know it was there. He like I think that what they talk about later is that he didn't realize he had the phone, like it was maybe an accident, and then he had to get rid of it, something like that. So yeah, I'm wondering. I don't know, the gap didn't stick out to me, but I was also doing math for the other things. I don't know, maybe I missed something. I can rewind it a smidge and see if for some reason it didn't stick out to me. But it seems like it's important. I mean, when they do, it's obvious, right? When they think something's important. Let me go back just a second and see if I can find. Let me know if we're getting close to the part you're talking about, Kit Smith, so we can.
Yeah. As it relates to Maggie's phone.
Did I go back too far?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58.
It's probably around the right area.
Backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is
right. I see what
a
you're
gap
saying.
in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, because he goes, why don't we see it? That makes, yes, I agree. Here's what I think. I think it's because they're trying to maybe point out the fact that Alex was still making it look like she had activity on her phone, right? He called her. Like there's that really important part where there's an orientation change on Maggie's phone after she's dead, and that means somebody's handling it, and he also calls her at that same time. So that suggests that he's calling her and then looks to see if the call's going through, to establish that he's trying to call her, to make it seem like he, obviously established an alibi, but also like she's maybe he's trying to make it seem like she was alive and trying to answer the phone call. If he calls her and then she looks at her phone, they would get an orientation change to make it look like she's still alive and active. Exactly. Or trying to find her phone also could be the case here. Although at 10:04, when did he call her and get that orientation change? Now I can't remember. Let me go back just a little bit, because let me see. So many phone calls, so much information. I think it's earlier. Hold on. Before he leaves. 9:43 to 9:44. Hold on. Let's look at this part again real quick.
Correct. 9:43:18.
Okay.
We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Her backlight is on and then off.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04.
Does that correlates with him being paused on the railroad. 9:42 to 3-ish area. He's paused on the railroad. He stopped on those railroad tracks, and the 9:43, her backlight goes on, and the 9:44 goes off, and then the call happens. Here, let's look at this again real quick.
Or it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is
Yeah, so what I was saying, Kitsmits, is this is the part I was talking about where he's trying to make it seem like she's alive. Potentially. Is this part, which is early. That's why I went back, because I was like, oh yeah, no, that's earlier.
it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 94630.
So it would make sense, though, for him to try to make it seem like she was alive as long as possible. Like, okay, if you imagine, I mean, there could be a number of reasons, and I don't think there's any way to really know, but like, let's see what you're saying here. Right, yeah. So, I mean, if his best bet is to either make it seem like he got out of there earlier than he did, which is going to be hard to do, right? Like he went to Almeda earlier than he actually did, or to make it seem like they were alive longer than they actually were while he was gone, right? The important thing to try to establish is that they were alive and he was gone or asleep, but so I don't know. I think that could be part of it. Yeah, well, the thing is that he would probably know this, that they have a coroner, not a medical examiner here. And the coroner, as you maybe haven't seen that part yet, I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it because we're going to see that part pretty soon here because we're almost done with the prosecution's case in chief. Yeah. He would know this coroner. He would know this coroner who'd been there. Yeah. Wait till you haven't seen that. That's a real treat. Yeah. So yeah, this trial is when I learned there's a difference between a coroner and a medical examiner, and I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. So, but I really don't know. I mean, definitely the fact that, there's no activity, it just means that no one's trying to manipulate the phone, right? Whether he's trying to do it to establish whatever, or maybe he had the phone on him and he forgot. Yeah, exactly. And the coroner, one thing I will say, I don't think this is too much of a spoiler. The coroner is an elected position. They don't have any medical training. It's an elected position. Essentially, they're a politician, right? They get elected. So yeah, there's that. Oh, I need to go forward a little bit because I went backwards quite a bit, I think.
Chris Wilson at 9:52:59 shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:50
forward a bit more.
Or what time right there in that map? That's what the map at the top.
That's what the time.
What time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after
This is where we were.
that he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant
Yeah, this
say
is
about
where,
what he
this is
did
so
when he
epic.
was at the scene?
Rudofski.
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Beautiful. Meh. Great pause.
Another call from Rogan to Paul that never be answered.
That is correct. 10:08:27, never answered.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun.
There we
This
go.
was at 10:11:54.
10:11:54.
This is when Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And down at the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when
So the
Suburban-
second most biggest number of steps, that was not a good sentence, was, I believe it was 10:18 to 10:28. 10:18. And remember, I was saying that I thought it was somewhere around 10:10 when he does the 911 to get the gun. So I was kind of close, but this is before, right? So he's getting the gun. So he leaves the kennels, he gets the gun. See, that's quick. It's 10:11:54 to 12:13:54. So exactly 2 minutes. But that's before the bigger steps. So you know, it's funny. When we did that 911 call, I had a thought that I was expressing about that whole thing with the gun. And I think there were a number of reasons he went and got the gun. But one of the things I was thinking is potentially it's another opportunity to do something back at the house that he forgot to do when he initially went to the house. Comes back from Almeda, goes to the house. He's there kind of a long time considering he's just seeing that they're not there, right? He's there for like 5.5 minutes or something. Anyway, maybe he got something from the house too. I don't know. But he still had more time, right? After he gets back from the house, he still has more time before law enforcement shows up. And that's when we see all those steps, I think. So Kit Smith's, I think you weren't here earlier. I had suggested in the Discord that people bring a notebook. And earlier we had Super Planner Girl was here, and she didn't even get to stay for the whole thing, but she said she had over 4 pages of notes already, and she's gonna post them in the Discord. because she loves like pens and like writing and stuff. And so I think you know who I'm talking about. But she took over 4 pages of notes, but she'll post them in the Discord, she said. But I wasn't joking when I said bring a notebook for this episode. Yeah, there's a lot.
Left the main house going back to the kennels.
Shout out to Super.
What time does the location data reflect that the Suburban?
She'll be hearing the rest of this on rewatch.
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
What time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17, and then the step data.
There it is.
What the 10:16
Here we go.
p.m. is
Hits
referring
mix.
to.
Here we
That's
go.
when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call,
There
does
it
the
is.
phone
Look, we
reflect
should
any
have.
activity?
We doubted him, and that was our mistake. We doubted him. He's doing it. Why did we ever doubt him? We should have known. He's going to do it for us. Look at that. He puts it in red. He puts it in red. I love that because that's hilarious that we, yeah. But the 10:18, there it is, the 10:18 to 10:28. That was the second highest with steps per minute. He put that in red. So I was right. It's after the 911 call and before law enforcement. That's what he's about to say. After the night, he gets, and remember, he's on that 911 call trying to get off the phone. Hey, man, I've got to call people, blah, blah. He's doing what they always do and saying they have to call people. And she's like, well, they're on their way. You know, he gets off the phone and then he has 10 minutes and he does his second highest number of steps.
It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh, shows 16 seconds long with the connectivity
Calls his
time.
brother.
And that's based off his
Motherfucker.
CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. And then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time when Alex is spent?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
So I'm sorry I doubted you, Agent Rudofski. Never again.
Paul's backlight come on.
Never
again
again.
at 10:18.
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10:17 is when the
There it is.
And this would have been at 10/18/08, so this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson. I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that kennel location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
Where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge
On
of the
his butt.
investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh.
I mean, it's
starting
interesting.
at 10/19 all the way.
They seem to think there's an important part about, I know exactly, kids, but he even has it bracketed in red. Exactly. It's like he was like, I got y'all. I got y'all. But it seems like they see there's an importance with like, and we know there's an importance there with the Rogan thing, right? Because we know that they were talking. I always wonder in my mind, did Alex know that he was communicating with Rogan before he killed them? Like, did he hear him on the phone with Rogan? Maybe not, because he rolled up there. It seems like they were out there and he rolled up there, after they got, well, we know that. We know he got out there after they did. But I've heard some people say that maybe they think he was trying to sort of set Rogan up to make it seem like Rogan could have done it. I think that's also possible, because obviously he was willing to throw anyone and everyone under the bus. But it does seem like, for whatever reason, he checks Paul's phone, because he's all fishy about that with the phone in the pocket. And I tried to check in, but I didn't know what to do. And then I thought, blah, blah, we've heard all that in the interview. And he never finishes that sentence. It's just a messed up sentence, start to finish. But we see that the phone has the backlight, right? And then it ends up on Paul's butt. And we know that he calls Rogan a lot of times that night. So, I mean, I'm wondering if he sees, like, the notifications from Rogan, he can tell that they were talking back and forth. And then, he either A, could have been calling Rogan out of a panic, trying to like figure out what Rogan knows without directly asking him, / we know he was calling everybody and telling them to come over there. We know that. So he would have at the very least called Rogan and been like, come over, just like he said to everybody else. And maybe he was hoping that because the phone would show that Paul had communication with Rogan, it could make Rogan look like a suspect. So, yeah, I think from what we know, he rolled up there at the kennel right before. I know they talk about this again later on in the trial. We know he did not go with them. He had the element of surprise there. They weren't expecting him because he didn't usually go. And we heard this in testimony too, that he didn't usually go to the kennels. That's correct, Kit Smits. Rogan said Alex asked him to come over, but he didn't get the message till the morning. Correct. But I think well, beyond the fact that if there is another killer on the loose, you wouldn't want to call people, including your entire family, to bring them over there. But there's also 2 dead bodies. I mean, there's an endless list of reasons why it's so weird calling people and telling them to come over in that situation, unless there's not some other danger. He absolutely did try to get him to come over. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100% he did. So, yeah, I definitely got the impression that he saw something on Paul's phone when he checked the phone, and he could tell that they were in communication. For all I know, he could see that message, or like if you try to send something and it says like failed to send, maybe he saw that there was a Snapchat video that failed to send. I don't know. We know he didn't get into the phone. But he would have been whatever was on the home screen when you wake the phone up, right? Maybe he saw that this failed to send the Snapchat, because we know Paul took the Snapchat, but it never got sent to Rogan. And so maybe he saw that, and then that was a clue to him that he was taking a video literally right before, and that would place him there. I think he definitely knew that there was going to be something to that with Rogan. And that Rogan was going to, more than anybody, have information that could place him there. That's at a minimum. And then if we take it a step further, potentially maybe he wanted Rogan to come over there so Rogan could look like maybe he was involved. So.
Way to 11:18, and it's just showing the.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on the
sector
settings,
it was
exactly.
coming off of.
Yep, because
That's in the
sometimes you
area
can
of
have
Moselle Road.
it show more
We have a range
details.
of times there from the
And
10
other times not.
hour to the 11-ish hour PM with Alex Phone being there.
That is correct.
I mean, and the other
Alex
thing,
Phone
so again,
reflect a
going back
couple
to his vague statement, he was like, I looked and then I thought, blah, 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 word salad. Like perhaps he just saw maybe the lack of detail. Maybe it showed that there was, we know at the very least, he would have probably seen that text message that said, like, yo, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, whether there's details or not, he goes, yeah, I maybe that's why he didn't try to get into the phone. But I mean, think about it. If you were him, either way, it's bad, right? Because if there's no details, then you don't know what it's about. But he was talking to somebody. And if there's details, then he was talking to somebody. And either way, if he was on the phone, right, or taking a video, then Alex would be fucked. So
calls that were not on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christy.
There it is, Kits again. He keeps reading our minds.
Does Paul's phone
Doesn't he?
reflect?
So Paul's phone
There you
shows
go.
a display on screen auto lock. It's been
And check
locked,
it
it's
out.
just
Check
not
it out.
going in
So this,
auto lock.
we keep getting, it's so funny. He keeps answering our questions. So Alex calls Rogan Gibson, does not show up on the Dylan Hightower extraction. So that's interesting. But yeah, he just said that.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so it automatically locks, or it could
Right.
be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do
Here he-
seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Was that on the Dylan Hightower extraction?
Exactly.
It was not on the Dylan Hightower
I know.
extraction or the second one.
So I just
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10/22/09. He received
Buckle
a
up,
group
people.
text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
From 10:24
Again,
to
he threw
10:25
thoroughness
hours,
of
what if
including the
anything
picture.
does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going
There
to
we
be
go.
this
That's key.
FaceTime call with Rogan.
Okay. So Alex tries to FaceTime Rogan. Holy shit. And then the first step, he's on scene at 10:25. Okay. Okay, so he calls Rogan again, texts him, call me, and then tries to FaceTime him. Psh. Yeah.
On his extraction.
Yeah.
For the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to
A lot.
contact Rogan.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's more attempts than anybody
At
else.
what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Before they
Approximately
get there
10:25 is
too,
when the
right?
first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25?
There's other people he
That's
calls
correct.
after they get there.
Activity around this time on Alex's phone?
Like, okay,
We
check
do,
it out.
so we
Like,
had,
after law enforcement gets there, because we see it on the body cam, he's like, I got to call Randy, I got to call Maggie's family, blah, blah. He calls Rogan and tries all that before they get there.
group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime?
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location, and you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on, and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the killing video?
That is correct.
Yeah, I hear that, and I read almost 2 hours after he did. That's how I read that.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. I'll show you what's been marked as 523. If you're to this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's going to be from Paul to Alex.
And what's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still an EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex on May 6th.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched...
Of course, I searched these and found out what they are. Green gel pill P30, that's like a Tylenol PM type thing, so whatever. The white pill 30 on one side, our P is Oxycontin. And I'm just now remembering, I meant to look up the difference between Vicodin and Oxycontin. I know they're both opiates, but I think Oxycontin's just stronger. I just, again, just me just trying to, for my own edification. But this was like Oxycontin, the white pill. But this is going back to what we were talking about earlier, how mom found several bags of pills. And it's like, okay, well, $50,000 a month, or was it a week? I can't even remember now, but I think maybe it's a month. But how many pills was that? The quantity, was it enough to fill up a wheelbarrow? Was it enough to fill up a house? Is it enough to fill up a freight train? What's the size amount of that? How much space would it take up? And it also goes back to what I was saying before, which is that the only evidence of Alex having anything to do with drugs is his own words out of his mouth, which no one heard him say that he was taking pills until at least no one besides Paul and Maggie, that didn't happen until the side of the road, September 4th. But the only other thing is that people found pills. The thing that stands out to me is there's no testimony from anybody in his quote unquote decades of addiction of him acting like he was taking drugs, of him acting like he was on these pills. That's why I was talking about that so much earlier. 50,000 a week, Kid Smith says. So yeah, from all the testimony we heard, hyper, Tasmanian devil, tornado, whatever, ADHD kind of seeming like maybe untreated or undiagnosed, like the opposite of someone who's taking like truckloads of pills a day, of downers a day. As Abby said earlier, when they give the dogs those, it's the same effect as people. It's a sedative, it puts them to sleep. And a lot of other people had said that earlier too. It makes you go to sleep, it makes you feel tired, blah, blah. So there's no evidence, no one of him, anyone seeing him take a pill, of anyone saying that he had the behavior of being on these drugs. There's only him saying he was taking them, and they found the pills. And there's also, like I was saying earlier, he usually shrouds these lies with some sort of truth. And he does talk earlier in the phone interview about how he would lie, one of the ways he would lie to get drugs from other people, not Curtis Eddie Smith, but someone else, was he would say, oh, they're for a client of mine who was got injured and the doctor didn't prescribe the pills, catastrophic injury situation. And then we also heard from that phone call where he said, I know from previous experience about what withdrawals are like when he's supposed to be experiencing them at the present moment. And anyway, there's a lot of parts during that phone call, if you guys want to go back and listen to it, where we talk a lot about the language he uses, and that I feel like it's more likely that he was doing something else with these pills, whether he was dealing them or giving them to other people. I don't think it was as many, obviously it wasn't as many pills as he says, it's because that would be impossible. I know there was one specialist that talked about this at the time that said that even if someone could survive taking them, we know they can't, but even if that were possible, that production alone, they did the math on that, and they said there wasn't enough production to even make that possible from a factory level because they couldn't produce that many. So, but if it's just a couple little bags of pills, right? That sounds like maybe he's getting them for a friend or, whatever. I just don't know that the pills have that much to do with the money. I think the money is about the laundering. He's writing his checks to Eddie Smith, and Eddie Smith is cashing them and then giving the money to Alex, But furthermore, there's no evidence that Alex was actually taking these pills. So I think that he maybe had the pills for some other reason and then decided, I could use that, right, as another brand new story. All of a sudden, September 4th, brand new story. And remember, they needed that time to get their act together. I think that's really important. They needed their time to get their act together, figure out a story. The head injury wasn't going to cut it. So they needed another excuse. And so then there was the whole detox thing. So there's a lot of reasons why this just, I know that it seemed reasonable that maybe he was taking pills, but he didn't have an addiction. I really, having gone through all of this a lot to put these together, I really don't think he was taking the pills at all. Just my personal opinion, though.
11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP, and if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted, and then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021. Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted.
Please. I like it.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also with me.
I think it's interesting because the farm credit line is that same credit line for the land for Redbeard, I wonder.
How much turnaround will that take? And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555, and you recognize those?
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Right. And I agree, Kit Smith, with this. But also to use Dr. House as an example, everyone knew he was taking pills. Because it's hard to hide it, right? Because I think for them in the show, it's withdrawals that show up a lot, right? Because he looks sick all the time when he's on withdrawals, like he looks physically ill. And that's another thing. Like, besides the fact that all the testimony about Alex's personality is like he was hyper and blah, blah, there is no testimony of anyone seeing him ill, which is important, right? Think about that. He says it, he mentions withdrawals or whatever, but none of his family members ever say, that I can recall, ever say that they saw him and he looked like he was in withdrawals. So I know you're like, that actually gives me another point to in my opinion, that I'm like, wait, hold on, I didn't even think of that. And I do agree with the tolerance, but again, the withdrawals. So yeah, and just general addict behavior. Like, again, with Dr. House, like, everyone knew it. Everyone knew he was on those pills. They all knew when he was sneaking them. They all knew. I mean, I haven't seen the House in a long time, but that's just from my recollection. And also, great show. And we're about to finish up here with this video, I do believe.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
There we go. The House never tried to hide it. Yeah, House never tried to hide it. I'll do my background music here while we finish up this conversation. So yeah, he didn't try to hide it. Let me see. I mean, I agree. I feel like Chris Wilson would know, though, because, well, having said that, nobody really knew him. But I guess what I mean is, if you're a drug addict, like what we're going that we're going to try to stay, okay, well, maybe he was, it would be possible for it still to be true, I think, to say, like, they never really knew him as a person, but that they would still have seen evidence of an addiction, like physically, right? Whether he admitted to it or not. You got another devil's advocate point. And also, just to mention it this way, decades. I mean, like, that is an interesting thought, because decades, yeah, I don't know. So that's a long time to hide it. But I mean, we do know that what he said is impossible. We know that much. We know he was trying to use the drugs for some other purpose, right? To blame and all that. So I'm surprised he didn't blame the dogs, because it's like always the dogs, isn't it? That's what I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, I wanted to, real quick, with the timeline, the family timeline. I don't know how I can pull that back up. I can't figure out why it's not letting me share that on my screen again. But I wanted to mention, well, I'll do it on the next one, the addendum to the timeline. Not anything I forgot to write down, just something I forgot to say, but I'll make a note to do that on the next one. And, I think that, yeah, I love the devil's advocate. I think it's really important, because I try to do that with myself. Like, that's how I try to either validate or invalidate my own theories and ideas, is I do my own devil's advocate. So it's actually better coming from somebody else, because it's going to be different ideas. So I actually really appreciate that. I mean, I think it makes sense, because people who enjoy the law, that's the whole point. Like, it's inherent in the idea of the law and how law works, and how that, the brain pattern, the way the brain works, so I appreciate that. And I'm sure that's why you also, Kit Smiths, like to play the devil's advocate. I I wouldn't even call it that, because to me that's just like normal, like logic and reasoning / like critical thinking that I have to myself on a daily basis. The only way to figure out what you know is to figure out what you don't know, right? Yeah, and also I've always been told I should be a lawyer as well, just like that. Yeah, and maybe there's, I think there's also like a connection with like law and music in terms of how the brain works. Actually, I will speak to, I think that's 100% a thing. There's a lot of elements that use, like, I know for my brain, it feels very similar in terms of like music and law. And even just like trying to figure out the case, like with this, right? Whether it's the law aspect or just like the practical, like how could things have happened in a certain way? Well, Abby, no one's going to argue with you. Don't worry. We love you. When we're using argue, of course, in a not aggressive manner, the way like attorneys use the word argue is a different definition than other people. It just has a completely different meaning. There's no emotion involved, right? Exactly. Yeah. My mom always had a saying she would do when I was growing up, and she would say, it to be funny, right? She would be like, "I was wrong once." Anyway, she was here at the very beginning of the video in the chat. But yeah, I think there's something about, and I think another thing too that makes sense with music too is the approach, especially music teachers, I will say, the ability to be objective is a thing in law and in music. Like, in order to be a good teacher and also just a good musician, you have to be able to assess your own playing and other people's playing, and you have to be able to do it objectively and without tying emotion to it. And that's one thing that's really important with practicing that I work with all my students on, is not tying things. Like I tell them, like, you'll hear, I know people who would be practicing or whatever, and it's like, they would say like, "Well, I'm horrible," or "That was horrible," or, whatever. They would use words that imply judgment or emotion. And I also am convey to my students and remind them how important it is that that's not helpful. That instead, what we want to reinforce in our thinking is things like, "Oh, that was out of tune, so I just need to move my third finger higher," for example, right? So it's just like, it's assessing, oh, problem solution. It's more objective. I could go on to this for like hours on end, so I'm going to not do that. But yes, Kitsmith seems to agree. She was talking about this. Yeah. And it's just being observant, right? It's observing it and then like assessing it from an objective standpoint. And if you do that, then it's actually not even like there's no judgment involved, right? It's just, it is what it is. And so I think that makes a lot of there's a similarity there with law, right? Because whenever we hear like law tubers and they're looking at both sides, right, of the prosecution and the defense, it's the same type of thing. And yes, of course, that's always important. Yeah, find something good. Of course, find something good to say. Yeah, have a specific, I think it's important that you have a specific thing that you are assessing, and a way to improve it as well. So I actually tell them, I have a little thing with my younger students, especially like violin detective, because we're always problem solving. So yeah, I think that like learning a musical instrument, I'm sure this is not the only thing like this, but learning violin or a musical instrument will there's a lot of benefits, but among the many benefits, one of them is it definitely teaches you a lot about how you define failure, how you handle failure, success, a lot of things, criticism, constructive criticism, whatever the case may be. and whether it's from a, the way we handle from words from others, like a teacher or maybe an audience, I almost said the word jury. See what I mean? Audience in a recital, not a jury. Oh my God. Or how we handle our own words to ourselves, right? But yes, there's a lot of problem solving in how we interpret things. But y'all, I thank everybody for being here. We've been going hard for over 7 hours. Kit Smith says when she was younger, she heard that if the masterclass teacher had a reputation for making people cry, you took that as a challenge. Well, good for you. Yeah. So, and Kit Smith's, if you didn't know this, I went to North Carolina School of the Arts for high school. You may have heard of it because it's one of only 2 places in the U.S. where you can go to conservatory for high school. But the teachers there are notorious for exactly what you described. Or at least when I was there, the teachers were. That may have changed to a certain degree, but that was their whole thing when I went there for high school. So, but yes, you're welcome for all the hard work. I love doing it. It's super fun. I've got, we've got a lot of deep dives and rabbit holes and wormholes coming up. But we're going to deep dive into the red beard. I've already got a lot of that put together. And then we'll also continue on with finishing up the prosecution's case in chief. And then we will begin in the next video, we will be starting with the defense. And we will hear from the coroner. So thanks everybody for being here, and I will see y'all on the next one, and I will go ahead and roll out like Ludacris, and in doing so, roll out the outro. See y'all next time.